Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call to order regular session, reconvene from open session. Roll call vote, please.
Let me see. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD absent. Mayor Brand absent. Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Thank you very much. Can we get a motion? Actually, we don't need a, we don't need a motion, right? Oh yeah, any act, well,
No reportable action from closed session.
right. Okay. Salute the flag.
You adjourn
Or motion to recess back to open session.
adjourn to the regular meeting.
Motion adjourned.
There you
Second.
go. That's what I meant with motion. Sorry.
I thought you were good at
All
this.
right.
Okay.
A lot going on right now. All right. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
All right. Cool. Well, that's done. Salute to the flag.
Roll call for open session.
Roll call again. Oh, I forgot. Roll call for open session, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD absent. Mayor Brand absent. Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Perfect. All right. Now we get to do a salute the flag. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we could do just for a second, quiet for a moment of peace for everything that's going on, please. Thank you. All right. Presentations, proclamations, announcements. We don't have any presentations or proclamations to give away. I will start off with, actually, I'll go after. I'll let you go, Councilmember Lowenstein. Announcements.
Okay. Hope everybody had a great great fireworks show last night at the Seaside Lagoon and also off of Avenue I that I could see from a distance. So we will not have a District 2 community meeting in July. A lot of people are on vacation, so I think we'll continue that in August. And hope everybody had a nice, relaxing 4th of July. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
District 3 community meeting, still trying to determine if it'll be the third Thursday or the third Saturday, and by next week I'll have information on what that meeting will be about.
Perfect. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. I wanted to thank our first responders in the police department and the fire department for responding to a lot that was dramatic and traumatic over the last 2 weeks, and especially on July 3rd up in North Redondo in District 4. My hearts and my thoughts go out to them when we're all celebrating and on break, and they're all working. So I appreciate their service at these times. I hope everybody had a great 4th of July, and we'll have my district community meeting on July 20th at 6:30 p.m. at Perry Park Senior Center. And you can email me if you did not get a Zoom link. If you do not want to be there in person, you can watch online as well. That's it, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. So, a lot happened in this city over the weekend. Some of it was quite tragic. Some of it was continuance with what's happening in the community. And I, too, want to thank our police department and fire department for everything that they've done this weekend, keeping us safe, dealing with all the things they had to deal with, having a successful 4th of July. The 2 fireworks shows. Also want to thank Public Works because they're an integral piece of making sure of traffic and crowds and trash and people in the city. So we had a lot of people coming down to the beach. Everyone comes down to the beach to celebrate our harbor. Really appreciate staff for doing all the extra work this weekend. And my community meeting is my regular scheduled community meeting is this Saturday at 9:30 a.m. in Alta Vista. Once again, we will have Century Housing, the people who are doing the permanent supportive housing on PCH showing up. We had a great meeting online a week ago, I think it was, and it was nearly 3 hours in length, marathon session. We had state Senator Ben Allen's office there, Assemblymember Al Marsucci there, our city attorney here, Mike Webb, myself, and over 100 people attending. So that was good. And in light of everything that's happening in this community, around the nation, everything, I've kind of been working on an idea to kind of bring us together. And I think it's important, especially now, that we do work together. And I've been organizing, thinking about this actually for the last year, is have a Dodger Day in September. And right now, I'm looking for a September 23rd, have a City of Redondo Beach Dodger Day. Gardena did this last year. They had, ma'am. They had a very successful event, and hundreds of people came out for it and bought tickets. So it would be great to have participation on that. We will have more information to follow. I've already been talking to the Dodgers staff, so I think it'd be a really, really cool event. And the other thing is, I was approached by one of the historical commissioners about having a city birthday party. We used to have a city birthday party in April 29th. Haven't had one in many years. And so I'm gonna be working with the Historical Commission, looking forward towards creating a little birthday party, birthday event for the city to come together. Maybe in Dominguez Park next year, and next year, April. So be excited to work with them and possibly have one or two sponsors to help pay for the event. So that's it. So can we get an approval of an order of agenda, or if anyone would like to move anything around?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
And agency recess. So we've got a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Jennifer Paul, F1. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, nothing, I think
We need a roll call for this
yeah,
event,
roll
don't we?
call, come together, recess to, and then it's
Call to
a
order.
consent calendar item, yeah.
Got it. Call to order. Roll call, please. Ms. Manzano.
Here.
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 Member Nierheim and Vice Chair Obaji. Oh, I'm sorry.
Present.
Yes.
Chair.
Vice Chair
Vice Chair.
Nierheim. I didn't change my roll call.
Yeah, no worries.
Aye.
All right. So do we have consent calendar item? I
Motion
don't
to
have-
approve the order of the agenda?
Perfect.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have any blue folder items on this item? Or, okay. Okay. What else on here?
Consent.
Is there, any consent calendar items or, no, we did, consent calendar items?
Motion to
I
approve.
see, I have it here in front of me.
Second.
All right. Do we have any public participation on those items?
For the Community
C1
Financing
through
Authority.
4?
No, or no, and no e-comments.
No e-comments. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Motion passes. All right. Public participation on non-agenda items. Item E on this particular item. This item is for non-agenda items on the community financing. Does anyone want to talk under non-agenda to community financing? Is there anything on the e-comments for this?
No, none for Zoom and none for e-comments.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Aye. Any member items and referrals to staff?
Nobody adjourned.
Oh, yeah, we don't have, we did that already. All right, so I'm gonna do a roll call back to
Motion to adjourn?
our motion to adjourn. Yeah,
Just did it.
we just did, yeah.
All right, got it.
Parking financing authority is canceled. So now we get a roll call back to regular session.
Correct. So Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD absent, Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Okay. So that brings us to blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items to add to the docket, presentations or e-comments or emails, I should say?
I have public communications for public participation on non-agenda items.
Okay, again, motion
I'll
to,
make a motion to receive and file with the addition of one that I sent late to the city clerk's office
Which is for, which item?
for item L2.
L2. Thank you.
perfect. I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, perfect. Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, business hour, so consent calendar. So on this item, consent calendar H items, we have 13 items. Any member of the council here can pull them, and any member of the public can speak to them directly. Is anyone in the public want to speak to the H consent calendar items? Or are there any cards or comments?
Yes.
One card. Item, which item is this?
This one, I guess I can read it from here. It's for H5, number 3,
Okay.
Sheila Lamb.
Okay, so let's go ahead and approve all of them except for item H.
Are you pulling it?
Well, you don't have
Are
to.
you pulling or you just want to take comment to it?
I think she just wants to make comment.
Sheila, okay, come on down. Are you guys,
Yeah.
do any of you guys want to comment in the council? Any pull any items?
No.
Okay,
No, thank you.
come on down. The price is right.
Oh, wait.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim. H5, number 3, is a memorandum of understanding from South Bay Council of Governments with the 4 beach cities, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Hermosa Beach, and Redondo Beach. This memorandum is in regards to a grant for $216,000 to these cities for homeless case management services. The program is called the Beach Cities Case Management Project. The fiscal agent is Manhattan Beach. The residents of Redondo Beach are very interested in the Redondo Beach's homeless programs and its response to homelessness. What I like about this MOU is that it includes a program description that is concise and with clear goals. 1, decrease homeless calls to the police. 2, have closer linkages between outreach activities and stakeholders. And 3, increase housing placements for homeless for the cities of Redondo Beach, Hermosa, Manhattan, and El Segundo. The MOU lists many deliverables and performance targets, including a quarterly report detailing metrics and outcomes, and with a minimum requirement of 50 clients in the first 6 months. Many residents in Redondo Beach want our sister cities to collaborate in our collective response to homelessness. However, some questions regarding this case management project still remain. 1, which of the 4 cities will be responsible for supervising the case managers, or will they be subcontracted with Harbor Interfaith? Will Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and El Segundo provide housing, such as pallet shelters, for the homeless in their city? And then some suggestions. The original grant application from Manhattan Beach to the South Bay COG for the Beach Cities Case Management Project would provide stakeholders with a clearer picture of this collaboration. So the grant application would give very good information to the residents. It would be good if our council members were provided with this information from the original grant from Manhattan Beach to the South Bay COG. 2, if our sister cities are not providing pallet shelters for their homeless, they should be strongly encouraged to do so. Redondo Beach residents, while supportive of our homeless programs, want to see other cities taking responsibility for their housing and homeless.
Motion
for housing their homeless.
1 hour, 30 seconds, a minute?
Just one sentence
Go
left.
for it.
The quarterly reporting required by this grant provides stakeholders with important information. It would be good if the quarterly report is brought to the Redondo Beach City Council so that residents can be made aware of the progress Redondo Beach is making in responding to our unhoused population. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb.
Can we pull an item now?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, can we pull H5,
Yeah.
subsection 3?
Yep, let's pull item H5, subsection 3, so we can talk about it further. Is there a motion to approve all items except for motion H5, subsection 3?
Motion to approve consent calendar minus the item just mentioned.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect.
Mayor Pro Tem. So we have no one on Zoom, and we have no e-comments,
Perfect, thank you.
just for the record.
Okay,
Okay, and then I need to read the resos.
perfect.
We didn't vote yet.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
So-
Hold on, let us,
vote.
we'll vote first, yeah. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Can you please document title only?
Okay, so H8, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2207-044, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the suspension of preferential parking hours in the Vincent and Vincent, two preferential parking districts on July 16th through 2002 from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the Los Angeles County Police Canine Association Annual Police Canine Demonstration and Education Public Safety Fair. H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2207-045, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Monica Quintero, an individual. H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2207-046, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to Depreciation Realty LLC. H11, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2207-047, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Sully Miller Contracting Company, a Delaware corporation, in the amount of $4,611,206 for the residential street rehabilitation project, Cycle 2, Phase 3, job number 40190. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. We have pulled item H5, item number 5. Councilmember Obagi.
Sure, so I guess who in staff is in charge of this item? Got it. Director
Cameron.
Harding, all right. So that was Commissioner Lamb who just spoke. And do you have any understanding, she raises very valid questions. Do you have any understanding of who would supervise this program as it gets administered? And I guess the provision of $1.9 million.
Yeah, so the way the grant works is all 4 cities apply to the COG, and then the city of Manhattan Beach is actually kind of runs point guard on it. So it's similar to our transportation contracts with the other 4 cities in that we get the money for the transportation, then we run point. In this case, city of Manhattan Beach gets the money, and they have, I believe it's one of their assistant city managers that runs point and facilitates the grant.
All right, and then I see that the city of Manhattan Beach has a Beach Cities Case Management Project that apparently they're using some of this money for. So what do we know about that, and how do they even administer a homeless case management project, if that's what it is, when they don't have a facility to house homeless and they're not seemingly designating as much resources as we are as a city.
Right, yeah, and I'm not sure that any of the other cities are I don't know if, Mr. Webb has any further information than I do. I'm not aware of any of the other cities planning for a pellet shelter or anything else. But what I might suggest is maybe we invite the person who is facilitating the program from Manhattan Beach, maybe at a future housing authority meeting or a future council meeting to come and provide you some more information.
All right, that sounds like a good idea. Anything to add to that, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, so this was one of 2 grants that we participated in. Manhattan Beach ran the point on this. We ran point on one that was on behalf of Redondo and Hermosa. Manhattan Beach wanted to participate in homeless court, but theirs was aspirational at best. Ours was very specific and based on the grant, innovative grant we've had in the past with the South Bay COG. And so they awarded us the grant for all the continuing services, and that includes funding for the 5 beds that we rent in Wilmington for Spa 8. And the condition of that grant was that it be made available to all 3 of the beach cities. So there is some housing. This is a Manhattan Beach grant where, and it's a continuation of something that's gone on for a while before you ever tasked my office with doing this. The shared grant, they task it, they run it through Harbor Interfaith. They've had issues in terms of not having all the people. They've had trouble fully staffing it, Harbor Interfaith, in part because we hired away one of their housing navigators. But this is something that they wrote up, that they proposed, we joined in on, to the extent that if we can get grant funds to be able to pay for additional housing navigators. You can't have enough housing navigators, but they weren't going to write in, and there was no way to guarantee, there's no way to force them to write in any setting up a pallet shelter. It's like anything else, any city is independent, but there is shared housing through the hotel that we had in Wilmington. You may recall one of the 3 recommendations that we made didn't go anywhere, but it was potentially hiring an additional part-time case manager so that we could rent more apartments for within Spa 8, but that was not part of the budget that passed. But this is just a continuation and a bit of an expansion. I think they had one that the 3 beach cities had shared, which honestly, one is not enough for the 3. From talking to Harbor Interfaith, the people on the ground, they tended to spend more time in Redondo than the other 2 places. Eventually, they'll have 3 as part of this grant. Last time I checked, they did not have a 3rd one, and we'll share from it. And the measurables and the reporting that has to be done, that's very similar to what's been going on with our enhanced response ever since the 2nd year of the program, where we got it funded almost entirely, the homeless court portion, with a South Bay COG grant.
Thank you for that. And Director Harding, how are we expecting any sort of reporting back to occur? Is it that the COG will report, or the Manhattan Beach director will report to the COG will report to our delegate, Councilmember Horvath for the time being, and then that's how we'll get our update? Or can we get some sort of regular reporting by them?
Yeah, we can certainly invite either the representative from Manhattan Beach or somebody from the COG to come to a future council meeting, maybe as part of a housing authority meeting.
Sure.
And do a brief update for you.
All right. If we could just try to do that, maybe, if not quarterly, twice a year or so, just to keep an eye on this.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think it may be difficult getting the assistant city manager to show up on a Tuesday when they have a council meeting as well. So you may have better success in getting any information from your representative, or I don't know if you're still the alternate.
He's the alternate.
Yeah, so that, the 2 of you could get the information and present it to the council. But the COG will collect the information to make certain they're meeting the requirements of the grant.
Yeah, I think what we can also commit to doing for the council is reaching out to our counterparts in Manhattan Beach to obtain directly the quarterly report, and then we can share that to you.
Sure, that would be great.
With our regular housing update as part of our normal staffing. So I don't think we'll have much success having another staffer at 10, but we'll be sure to get you the quarterly report because I do think that information is helpful, and Ms. Lamb's suggestion is a good one.
All right, awesome, thank you. So I move to approve this item.
Okay, I'll second that, but we'll continue taking comments. I know Councilman Horvath has a question. So I like the accountability aspect. It's very well laid out in the targets and deliverables. It's one of the aspects that some residents have had issues with the pallet shelter program. Are these reports easily accessible to the public so they can see these reports? And do we do the same thing with the pallet shelter program and provide these deliverables and targets? And I mean, where does the public go to get these reports? Just at the South Bay COG? Is that where they're going to go?
Yeah, I think they're going to be collected by the COG is what I would imagine. I'm reading the grant detail now. What we'll do is probably find a way to make that accessible to our public through our own website. I'm not sure if COG is regular reporting this through their own online portal. They might be. So we'll look at that too. But either way, we'll make sure we get copies of these reports and we have them available to our residents here in town.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing a lot for the homeless issue in Redondo, and we should be taking credit and dispersing the information. So that'd be really helpful to have and clear up any misconceptions out there that people have. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, these innovation grants require, I mean, it's great that Measure H has decided to dole out innovation grants to the COGs, and the COG went through a very rigorous process. As a matter of fact, the application that we submitted for this one and for our other one, we worked on it for a good month to try to figure out how could we make it meet the point requirement in the most effective way so that we would actually be allocated some monies. And working together as the beach cities, I just want to, to my colleagues and to you, Sheila, right? These are, I agree, it would be great if Manhattan and Hermosa were stepping up more to the plate, same with El Segundo. And they're starting to, right? I mean, that's been kind of the whole process here. Like we've been having these, tiny successes and we can show that we're making progress by doing what we're doing with our strategies. And I think that's why you're starting to see them take more interest. That's why Hermosa Beach is interested in participating in Homeless Court. Manhattan had a totally different reason for wanting to participate in that, but still, the fact that we're engendering conversation with them, what we need is safe parking sites. That's something I keep talking with my colleagues and the city managers in the other cities about. We need other strategies that they could do that maybe they can't host a pallet shelter site, but there's other things that we need. So this is a good first step forward. It's funding for a year. We'll be back at it again with other innovation grants, I'm assuming, in the future. But just know that the COG, and we can have Ronson, I think Cameron Ronson Chu would be the right person to come and just give us an update, whether it's, at a quarterly or a 6-month meeting. We do have to report out at the COG level. They are awarding these grants on behalf of Measure H. So it's as transparent as it can be, I would think, going forward. That's all.
And if I may, Hermosa is in fact starting, they'll host 4 times a month Homeless Court starting this month. We have a dress rehearsal in a week. And so that takes the load off of us for a third of the year. And Torrance just last Wednesday or Thursday opened their pallet shelter, and they gave a lot of praise to Redondo Beach and basing it on our work. And they're going to be starting their homeless court soon. But they want to get the pallet shelters set up first. So other people are starting, our neighboring cities are starting to take ownership because they've seen that what we're doing shows promise.
How many pallet shelters did they put up there?
40. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, that's awesome. And they got a grant from the county as well to help with that funding. Ms. Hunt has been extremely supportive on that, our former supervisor.
Yes, she is the one that brought Joy Ford and I into the conversation with them at the start. And every time they ran into an obstacle, she was very supportive in helping them overcome that obstacle.
So pallet shelters are not on the agenda, so we can't talk about that. But I will say I like the reporting targets in here. I'm always a big fan of not reinventing the wheel and copying what other people have done and copying what they have here and using for what we have in our own city and report that out to the public. That way we can let the public know what we're doing and how the dollars are being spent and the return on investment. I know that's a big thing that District 1 keeps talking about at my community meetings. So are there any more comments from the public or anyone from the members of the public that are here that would like to speak on this item? Any comments or
None
emails?
for Zoom or e-comment.
Okay. Anyone from down here in the public here? No one? Okay, anyone else? No? All right, yeah. Oh, Councilmember Abaji.
Just a quick point. In our BRR 44 during this last budget season, we had a rundown of the expenses that the city's incurred relating to responding to homelessness. So about almost $800,000 from outside funds going to homelessness, $350,000 from our own funds. It costs Public Works about $40,000 a year, and our public safety officers combined, fire and police, about $1.5 million a year in costs associated with responding to homelessness. So the reason I say that is because I think it's with that amount of money going to this response, which has been by all objectives or criteria successful, that we do report back to the public and let the public know how it's going, what our homeless count, what our new homeless count was, what strategies are working, what strategies we're altering, and so on and so forth, because it is becoming such a big part of our ongoing costs. So
If I may, talk to the city manager. We're going to be targeting the third meeting in July, so 2 weeks from now, and giving an update on that and things that are going forward. But I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. The public safety number that you quoted isn't as a result of the enhanced response to homelessness. That's as a response to calls from the public dealing with the homeless. And the more we have and the less resources we had in place, the more those costs would go up. So most of the money that's being spent for the efforts that we're doing proactively, that comes from grants that we've been able to achieve. And you'll be, I think, and the public will be pleased with the report that we'll give in 2 weeks.
And I just say it because, when we're expanding what we're doing, or other people are expanding the homeless outreach efforts they're doing in our city, I hope that we will not get as much pushback or NIMBYism as we're getting in South Redondo from converting a not so desirable motel into a beautifully refurbished new permanent housing for graduates of the homeless program. So I'd like the community to kind of welcome those types of affirmative, positive steps forward by our regional partners. So that's all. Thanks.
Okay. Any more? Nothing? No on there? Okay. Can we get a vote, please? Do we need a roll? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Onwards to the next item, public participation on non-agenda items. So for this, we have e-comments, emails, and in-person comments. So we've got a bunch of cards here. Okay. Thank you. All right, item J1. Betsy Rummery, are you here?
Yes.
Come on down. And just so everyone knows, you got 3 minutes to speak, and usually we extend for a few seconds.
Perception is reality. The reality of the vote to skip Councilwoman MD's for Mayor Pro Tem is perceived as vindictive and mean-spirited. This comes as no surprise and is part of a 7-year pattern of alternate facts and personal attacks by the mayor, the council majority, and their most vocal supporters. Mayor Pro Tem is a position of function, not power. There is no extra vote awarded, no veto power conferred. It is a position previously shared in a civilized and polite manner. The only credible reasons for this vote was to embarrass and humiliate Ms. MD. A desperate move to prevent the public from witnessing her fair and even-handed leadership during the announced 3-month absence of the mayor. In addition, by excluding Councilman Horvath from serving his rotation as Mayor Pro Tem, you have intentionally tried to silence North Redondo voters' voices and representation. It was a childish vote and beneath the offices you hold.
All right, just so everyone knows, we cannot respond to anyone.
You can ask questions of that.
You can ask questions. Yeah, clarification, that's about it. Okay, next up is Betsy Rummery.
No, she just won.
Oh, sorry, my bad. You had 6 minutes. I guess you know. Polly Kinsinger, and then after that, Jean Mayhew.
Good evening. I'm Polly Kinsinger, and I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for 38 years. I'm here tonight along with my fellow residents to address the egregious behavior surrounding this council's decision to alter the rotation of Mayor Pro Tem at your June 21st meeting. I understand that there is no written rotation and that District 5's turn to be Mayor Pro Tem is not set in stone, but the rotation has been adhered to for years. The only reason to change it now is for selfish, personal reasons, and it does not take into consideration the opportunity for the residents of District 5. As grown-ups, you should all be able to rise above your petty disagreements and behave professionally despite your personal dislike of each other. You should be ashamed of yourselves at this obvious display of misogynistic bullying. Councilwoman MD has been an invaluable asset to this community. She raised her children through our school system whilst tirelessly volunteering at every level along the way. She was instrumental in critical decisions as a school board member, which brought our schools to the level they are today. For the past 7 years, she has worked for all of the people of our city to make our city the ideal place to live and work. If the plan had not been blocked by many on this board, a revitalized waterfront would be bringing our city much-needed revenue. Instead, we have a crumbling shoreline infrastructure and a blight of a power plant whose production could be extended yet again past 2023. I don't have any trouble understanding why you are so intimidated by Councilwoman MD. In that 5'2" stature stands the smartest woman you've probably ever run up against. She's educated, well-read, well-spoken, loved by her constituents, as well as the police department, the Chamber of Commerce, employees union, and city staff. I would be very concerned if I were any of you, thinking that you might one day vie for the mayorship of Redondo Beach if you do not immediately fix this obvious attempt at colluding against a strong, capable woman. The time to end this city bickering and get on with the business of governing. You disagree on many topics, but if you are truly here for the citizens of Redondo Beach and not your own ego-driven desire to be the top dog, then you will fix this wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Jean Mayhew, and after that, we have Elisa Veely.
How much profanities are allowed?
No profanity. This is a profession.
Oh,
this is
okay.
Ma'am, this is a professional
Oh, it
meeting.
is professional?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I totally missed that. I'm sorry. Because you guys voted to skip our councilwoman on District 5, as well as Councilman Horvath for District 3. It's as if our tax dollars don't matter. It's as if you are not behaving professionally. So I understand that there's no profanities allowed, but you guys are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Ma'am,
And you should
ma'am,
know
ma'am,
that.
Ma'am, please, professionally.
Okay, fine. Then right the wrong. Or give us our tax dollars back. If you don't want to listen to North Redondo, don't take our tax dollars. I did not get your job because, quite frankly, I'm good at I'm much better at other things. But you're holding this position to represent the people of Redondo Beach. And this is completely and utterly unacceptable. My comment earlier about that Dodger Stadium thing, that's a great idea, but you might want to specify who's allowed to go, who's allowed to participate. Is it only the men? Is a penis required to RSVP? Because it sure freaking sounds like it. You don't want me to behave childish? You don't want the profanities? You want me to be professional? Act that way first.
All right, thank you. Elisa Beely, and after that, Ross Yosnow.
Hi, Elisa Beely. I live in District 5. Guess what I want to speak about tonight? I actually first want to, because I want to comment on a few things from the June 21st meeting. And the first is to say a thank you on the budget, because I know there was a lot of work that went into that. We appreciate the improvements that we're going to see in District 5. And thank you, Mr. Wazansky, particularly for that early budget meeting that you had, that a few of us attended. So we really appreciate the opportunity to learn and also provide some of our input. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. The second thing that I would like to comment on is, as some other people have mentioned, the vote at the end of that meeting by council members Narenheim, Lowenstein, and Obagi to break from precedents that's existed here in Redondo for quite some time and skip council member MD's turn as mayor pro tem. And the reason why I wanted to comment on that is because your reasons for doing it were petty and personal, and they have nothing to do with us, and they have everything to do with you. And I don't think that's the right way to lead. It appears that you're trying to hurt her, Miss MD, and I need you to know that you're not hurting her. You're hurting the residents of District 5 because we put her there. We elected her to represent us. We want to see her serve her turn as mayor pro tem, and you're preventing that from happening for reasons that are related to you and have nothing to do with us. And I just don't think that's right. Mr. Obagi, you said that you don't want to hear from this person, Miss MD, every meeting. I don't think that should be for you to decide. But if you don't want to hear her voice, her female voice, please hear mine. What you're doing is wrong. What you've done is wrong. And the right thing to do, as a few other people have said, is to take another vote and reverse that decision, but I know you're not going to do that. So what I will say in absence of that is that you may have disregarded us, residents of District 5. You may have forgotten about us. We won't forget about you. We will remember, my friends and neighbors in District 5 will remember what the three of you did to us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Ross Yosnow, and after that is Alan Kleinbaum.
Thank you, Mayor and Pro Tem. Ross Yosnow, District 2. Spoke here a couple of weeks ago as a senior in Redondo Beach Senior about things that the Beach Cities Health District could do if they really want to keep us aging in our homes. And I said such things as spending more on substance abuse problems, depression, post-surgery issues, hospice, and nurses. Today, I want to talk about some real costs. If you consider the fact that these 217 proposed units start at $12,000 a month, then this estimate of 75 to 80% coming from outside of the beach cities may be lowballing. And let's face it, most of the rest of that is going to be from Manhattan Beach. And they're not going to be the ones who experience the noise, the traffic, and the pollution. That's going to be Redondo Beach, where very few people from Redondo Beach are going to be living in this. And I say that based on some numbers. Let's see what seniors are paying here in rent. Here at Seasons in Redondo Beach, the top for a one-bedroom is $1,900. Top for a two-bedroom is $2,200. Casa de los Amigos in Redondo, the top is for a one-bedroom is $1,450. The top for a two-bedroom is $1,650. Heritage Point in North Redondo, top for a one-bedroom is $2,150. Top for a two-bedroom is $2,350. Now, that's a long way from $12,000 a month. And admittedly, this might be comparing apples and oranges, but not when you're talking about the whole thing of keeping Beach City seniors in their homes. Now, at the same time, we're fighting, every city is fighting the state trying to shove housing down our throats. We don't want to be told where to put housing with no mitigation for traffic, for sewers. How about mitigation for water? That's a big question to me right now is, where is the water coming from for 217 units of relatively rich people, most of whom aren't coming from the three beach cities? It seems to me like the Beach Cities Health District is basically giving away the water of the beach cities that they're supposed to be serving. I don't know if some of you saw a letter from Tom Bockley this week. I'm going to leave others to talk about the content, but the content that was missing is there's nothing in here about how the Healthy Living Campus is going to help keep seniors aging in our apartments, Beach City seniors. So finally, I want to mention again, Measure DD. Why did the people vote for that? Why is that on the books? To me, it's to make projects this big, this different, go before the people for a vote. And I hope everyone here agrees, and I hope the Planning Commission agrees, and I hope the city attorney agrees that this should go before a vote. Thank you very much. Oh, and the fireworks were great. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Next up, Mr. Alan Kleinbaum. And then after that, Gary Milick. Can't read that. Alan.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm here to talk again about trees. I was here a couple meetings ago and did the same discussion. The Public Works Department is putting up trees between the sidewalk and the curb in front of people's homes, and I'm all for trees. That's wonderful. But it's not being coordinated with the residents, and so shouldn't put a tree up in front of somebody's house without at least notifying them. And so I haven't heard from anybody. I attended a planning commission meeting, a public works commission. I addressed the city council a few weeks ago. I'm here again, and I'll just keep repeating, coming here meeting after meeting till I hear from someone. Is the city want to have a plan to notify the residents before they put a tree in front of their home? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Gary. After that, Mary Drummer.
Hi there. I'm back. Gary Milinick, District 5, more than a 32-year resident. You guys, well, you proved it's not one Redondo anymore. You certainly proved that. I didn't like the recall of John Grant. I didn't like I'm bringing somebody from out of town to be a city councilman. And I don't like the fact that you guys bypassed Laura MD. I think it was sneaky, despicable, and underhanded. I think it showed that we're not one Redondo. I think it was a slap in the face to people in District 5. I wrote a little speech, but I'm so frustrated with you guys, I don't even want to read it. Why did I just jot down some notes? In Manhattan Beach, they almost did the same thing to Suzanne Hadley, but their council came to their senses and they didn't do it. And the mayor could have vetoed that vote. He didn't do it. I'm just so frustrated with you people when you do things like this. It just smacks of just elitism, and it's our way. We're always going to be subjected to the South, and everything that you've done has proven that. As far as when we're involved, it's always favors the South. The housing thing, you guys denied that. When we showed you where there was places for that. And I believe, I'm not accusing anybody, but there had to be a conspiracy here. Some of you had to conspire to take this vote and to bring it up here. It was no coincidence. It didn't happen just spontaneously off the cuff. But of course, we can't prove it was a violation of the Brown Act. But I'm sure that it was. I don't know what we can do about that. But the whole thing shows a lack of fairness and equality. We can't call Redondo a great city when you guys act like you do and you favor just the South. You denied our city councilman. She was good, and she was on the school board before that. It's unfair. I think you should take a vote and put her back. You can do it if you wanted to. And of course, the mayor would probably veto that if it was 3-2.
Okay.
See, I'm not being good with the recall.
Mary Drummer, you are up next. And after that, Ilana Stoltz. I can't quite read that. Ilana, you're next after her. You're welcome.
Good evening, council. And I'd like to extend my gratitude for the street festival in South Redondo and the fireworks last night. It was really great. So I'm gonna start all patriotic-y and then I'm gonna bring it home. Democracy is built on faith. Faith in each other, faith in norms and institutions, faith in those in power, faith in your fellow people so you can create an environment that's win-win. Autocracies are imposed through fear, which is used for gaining and maintaining power. And we know that democracies die in silence. It is tragically commonplace in political discourse that lies are now normalized. It's constitutionally protected. The people who are actually trying to mislead you, the hope is that you get to try that once and then people will never trust you again. One could believe a citizen objecting to new construction. It's noisy and dusty. When the opposition to the Beach City Health District's new building proposal chose to use a steady campaign of misinformation to instill fear in other citizens, it's crossed a line. The latest, encouraging the city council to exercise Measure Double D. It's a zoning measure that doesn't apply here. The property has housed memory care residents for over 25 years, stating the project is, quote, larger than every home in Beryl Heights added together, unquote. The Nextdoor app estimates that population to be over 6,000 and includes Torrance, apples and oranges, stating that, quote, 80% of future residents will be from PV, unquote. How could anyone possibly know? BCHD has received $3 million in funding for Alcove to support the youth of the beach cities cope with mental health, family, and addiction issues. And this group's solution to addressing this public health emergency is to disband that effort and dissolve Beach City's health district. The leader of this group recently called me a shill for my recent public statement supporting BCHD. I have served the residents of the beach cities as a volunteer for almost 16 years, as have thousands. I have seen the tremendous benefits to our community. I support replacing a decaying building with one that allows the residents of this community to be served better and more efficiently, including public green space. And I don't have to lie to convince you. And I have documents supporting that.
Would you like to give those to us?
I would.
All right, Megan.
Thank you.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right. Next up, Ileana. And after that, I have no more cards. So if you're just going to come up to the podium.
While I waited and heard the others speak, I thought I better get my act together and be a little bit more prepared with notes. Good evening, council members. I'm a Cuban immigrant. I came to this country in 1968. I am not a believer of a government because government is the worst thing that can happen to our country. Why? Like Ronald Reagan said in his 1964 speech, we live by the government, we are really in bad shape. So at time, the actual information that he said was by, I forget now exactly the name of the speech in 1964. It was when Reagan became a Republican and he had been a Democrat. There's nothing wrong with being a Democrat or a Republican. We're all American citizens. And as long as we know that, I'm not hyphenated. I'm not a Cuban American. I'm Cuban by birth and American by choice. And I take that choice really strongly. And I made that choice when I went and I swore to be part of this country. Now, I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for 25 years. Not once have I stepped in your chambers. I saw yesterday what I'll call, everybody talks about what a great show it was. It was a great show. But it was the wild, wild west once we got out of the show. Where was our police? Where was the presence of our Redondo Beach police? The folks out there, I've got pictures. People were drunk. People were misbehaving. People were throwing cars. When I went to the Hermosa Beach Fair, Hermosa Beach had presence. The Redondo Beach police was missing, not present at all. Why? Do we not pay enough taxes? I do. And I pay both North Redondo and South Redondo. And I'm very proud to pay both because I've always said, if you're rich, you live in Manhattan. If you party, you live in Hermosa. But God, if you know how to live, you live in Redondo. And I liked living in Redondo. Okay? So I'm not here to bash anybody. I'm not one of the gadflies. I've been there. I've seen it in the city of Glendale. I worked for them. I know how it goes. I'm here to say, I want police presence. When you have got citizens that are minding their own business, and you've got assholes, pardon my French.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, but they were. They were throwing the cars around. I called the police. The police never came because it was a private parking. I gave them the license plate. Nothing happened. I guarantee you nothing happened to those people. And yet our children were at risk. I'm concerned. However, we do have a lot of concern about the poor gardeners that are landscapers that are out there blowing leaves around. And we give them tickets. And we give them $253 tickets. I know my time is up. Sir, I was told, I called and I asked.
Motion to extend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Thank you.
You got a minute.
That's fine. I'm tired of seeing the poor landscapers get tickets. What is it going to take, all of us that are so concerned about the environment? Wait, what is it going to take for us to be able to have, these guys be able to have battery operated so that they can have it? Why haven't I been notified as a landlord, that the man is going to get a ticket? I own the properties, both North and South Redondo. I use the same landscaper. I'm tired. I'm tired of not being represented. I'm here to be represented. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. So that's done for the cards. Does anyone else in the public here want to come down and speak to the podium for 3 minutes? State your name. All right. Do we have any e-comments or emails from the public?
Holly Osborne.
Miss Osborne, are you there?
Yeah, I just unmuted.
There you
Okay.
go. Perfect.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Holly Osborne. I want to comment tonight on garage door widths and garage widths and regulations. Here's what led to this. In thinking about getting a new garage door for my 2-car garage, I measured my door and it is 15 feet 6 inches. It turns out Redondo's code for a 2-car garage door width is 16 feet. Although there are obscure corollaries that say you can deviate from this by 6 inches or a foot or whatever. My garage is a detached garage in the back of the house. Its overall dimensions are 18.5 feet wide by 20 feet. It was built in 1947. My single-car driveway has a section that is only 8 feet 6 inches wide, although the requirement for a single-car driveway is 9 feet. Again, there are mitigating circumstances, so the deviation done by the developer is also legal. However, legalities have not stopped my car from scratching itself. There is a whole section of Redondo, the tall and skinny areas, where there are 2-car garages on the ground level of the tall and skinny. Supposedly, these garages are designed for 2 cars, but I was told that no one, quote, can get 2 cars in the garage. These garages cannot have more than an outside width of 19 feet because the lots are only 25 feet wide with foot setbacks on each side. In fact, I drove around that neighborhood yesterday on the holiday and found most driveways parked with 2 cars. I suppose some people can cram their cars into the garage, but I'm going to guess that most cannot, especially if they don't want scratches. However, whatever the deficiencies that the tall and skinny garages may or may not have, those homeowners can get 2 cars parked in the driveway and do not need the street. So why am I bringing this up? Because I'm aware that there are plans for townhome construction, attached townhome construction, and I believe that the homes are going to have parking on the first level. In this case, there will not be driveways in front, so it's imperative that the garages actually can handle the cars. Otherwise, the cars will be forced into the street. Right now, I do not believe Redondo has any this type of townhouse construction, so their code might be deficient handling it. I Googled the internet as to the size of a 2-car garage. It replied, quote, the smallest size you would want for a 2-car garage is 20 by 20. And you might be in for a very tight squeeze. Another search on the internet confirms this. This is from the City of Temecula's code on parking spaces. Parking space dimensions, quote, the minimums parking spaces within enclosed garages shall have an interior dimension of at least 10 feet wide and 20 feet long. That means if you need 2 spaces, you need 20-foot inside width or a 20-foot by 20-foot parking area. People in this area where developers and builders are trying to use loopholes to minimize their parking spaces, it is absolutely imperative that the built-in covered parking spaces are adequate and can be used. Please adjust. Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, real quick.
Please adjust the garage width code as necessary for this type of townhome construction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other Zoom speakers?
I don't know if there's anyone from Zoom. #9 to raise your hand. Just going to double check. And then we have someone else who would like to speak. From the public.
Okay.
we have a
And just
couple-
so everyone understands, this section is limited to 30 minutes, and we're probably pretty close to that.
We have 3 comments
Okay.
right after this.
Do you have Zoom meetings? I mean, Zoom, any more Zoom comments?
No more.
No? Okay. The person who turned in a comment up there?
They didn't bring a card, but anyone can speak from the.
Mr. Seeker, come on down.
Good evening, Council. A lot of hours of your time and residents' time coming down here concerning leaf blower ban was spent over decades. Just this past week, myself and another resident were threatened by a gardener using a gas leaf blower, blowing plumes of dust and debris into the street as a pedestrian was using the sidewalk. No concern whatsoever. We've seen battery-operated leaf blowers blowing plumes of debris and being noisy. This isn't the time for Redondo Beach to go backwards. It's a health issue. It's a noise issue. It's something that as we become more dense, as the population increases, as the housing stock gets closer, we really need to be more considerate of each other. There can be a broom, there can be a rake. All the gardeners on my block now use a rake and a broom. They also use a push lawn vacuum that very quietly picks up any debris. There's no motor, folds. Let's not go backwards. Whether it be some public workers want the convenience of a leaf blower. Yeah, I can understand that. There's people that want that convenience, but let's not go backwards, please. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Manzano, do we have any more e-comments to read or emails?
We have e-comments.
Okay. No. No, ma'am, you may not. We're going to do those last 3 comments via e-comments.
Okay, because there's.
And then we've got 30 minutes to do this section. We can't be here all night.
Okay. So if I can have the Chief Deputy read the comments, please.
Thank you, Eleanor. The first comment is submitted by Mark Nelson. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. In its May 2017 public meeting, BCHD acknowledged the damage that its proposed Healthy Living campus would inflict on surrounding residents. BCHD was planning to nearly triple the size of its existing 300 square foot buildings to 800,000 square foot or more. BCHD committed in a presentation for the surrounding neighborhoods to buffer the neighbors with surface parking and landscape and to build the quote unquote core of the project in the center of the site. By June 2019, BCHD was proposing a 60-foot tall quote unquote spaceship or quote unquote walled city designed that encircled the site and was built along all four edges. This was far from what BCHD committed in 2017. Over 1,200 local residents signed a petition to reduce the size and height of the proposed concrete compound. In June of 2020, BCHD provided a new design that was 76 feet tall on the north and east with an 8 to 10 story parking ramp above Prospect and Diamond. Again, there was a neighborhood outcry against the project, but BCHD allowed only 3 business days for public comment and approved the project. The local neighborhoods felt cheated and lied by BCHD, especially when BCHD released a 103-foot tall version of its 800,000 square foot project in March 2021. From 2017 to 2021, BCHD had ignored its commitment to buffer the local neighborhoods from its high-rise construction, and BCHD increased the height from 60 feet to 103 feet. BCHD also removed 160,000 square foot of underground parking and proposed an 8 to 10 story parking ramp looming over the local neighborhoods. Between 1,200 and 1,500 residents have made formal comments to BCHD objecting to another 50 to 100 years of noise, privacy invasion, toxic vehicle emissions, and out-of-scale construction in our residential neighborhoods. BCHD not only ignored the neighbors, but proposed to build bigger and taller buildings. StopBCHD.com is a neighborhood quality of life website. Go there to get an accurate view of how BCHD has ignored the neighbors and how BCHD's current 110 foot above Beryl and Flagler Streets compound will destroy neighbor character, property values, safety, and health for generations to come. Submitted by Aaron Al-Awar. Writing this comment to continue to keep at the forefront the staffing issues with respect to the Redondo Beach after-school playground program administered by Redondo Beach Recreation Department. Due to limited childcare options through the school district, parents are in desperate need to have this program up and running at full capacity as it was before COVID. Since COVID, the program is limited to 30 students per elementary school site, while the school sites have hundreds of children attending. When asked why the limited number of students, the Recreation Department has cited staffing challenges as the main reason they can't ramp back up. While I fully understand that many industries have been experiencing staffing issues since COVID, there needs to be a more concerted effort to market this employment opportunity both within and outside our community. Also, I know many parents who would be happy to pay more for this program if it meant raising the employee's salary to attract more talent. The waiting list for this program at our school site, Jefferson, is over 50 people, and I am sure it is similar or higher at the other school sites. That means 50 plus parents per school site who are scrambling and struggling to figure out who will watch their kids after school. It seems like other local districts and cities have figured out after school care, and respectfully, Redondo Beach seems to be well behind the curve in this area. Thank you for your time and consideration. Hello, my name is Pat Healy. I'm a 40-year resident of Redondo Beach. Last Sunday, July 3rd, the United States marked the celebration of Disobedience Day, and since I support the Women's March Redondo Beach, I celebrated Disobedience Day by participating in the quote-unquote Bands Off Our Bodies rally in front of Redondo Beach City Council chambers. It was a very organized, peaceful rally with many high-spirited and very passionate speakers. The subject that I wish to discuss this evening is democratic values. Now, believe it or not, the Redondo Beach City Council did adopt rules of conduct for council meetings. I am a firm believer in this experiment in self-governance, as in quote unquote, we are the people. So I will be following the rules of conduct, even though the city council has no intention of following its own rules of conduct. City council, according to the rules of conduct, I do not wish to be impertinent, slanderous, or profane in my remarks. I also do not intend to be boisterous, threatening, or offensive in my remarks. I hold a genuine concern that the presiding officer, the mayor pro tempore, is an imposter, a fraud being perpetrated against our democratic processes and democratic values, and hardly, quote unquote, all inclusive. To make an exception after decades of precedent as retribution for petty personal differences is not good governance, it is bad leadership and undermines democratic representation. District 5 does not deserve to be harmed or something for something they didn't do. I call upon City Council to correct this injustice and reinstate District 5 City Council Member MD as Mayor Pro Tempore. That concludes comments under non-agenda items.
Y'all should
Hey.
listen. Stop playing with your phone.
Ma'am, any more e-comments or emails?
No e-comments or Zoom.
Okay. Do we have any emails? Did we read those emails?
No, we don't read the emails.
Okay. What time did we start the section for verification?
6:34.
6:34. Okay, so it's been well over a half hour. We're going to move on to the next item, which is item L1, public hearing. So this is the public hearing for consideration of the revised City of Redondo Beach sixth housing cycle element of the Redondo Beach General Plan. So we've been working on this for quite a long time. This is a public hearing, so we're gonna need to ex parte conversations. And then we'll also need to open up the public hearing, and then we will move on from there. So open public hearing and then ex parte?
Yeah, go ahead and do the ex parte
Ex parte
first.
first?
We have two public hearings.
We have two public hearings, so if you guys can speak to all your ex parte on both of those, that'd be fantastic. I'm Councilmember Lowenstein.
On this, on either L1 or L2, I have no ex parte to report.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Horvath, do you have any?
L1, the public, staff, and Councilwoman MD. On L2, public and staff.
Councilmember Obaji.
On L1, the mayor and the public, and on L2, just the public.
Perfect. And for myself, I talked to staff on both of the items, and I did not talk to anyone on the council. And I did talk to to the community and general community on these items. So.
Sorry, let me add that I also spoke to the city manager on L1.
And on L2, I did speak to the public, so.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. So now they're all clear on that for items L1 and L2. I'd like to get a motion to open up public hearing on item
Second.
L1. Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes unanimously. Ms. Forbes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. This is a public hearing to adopt the updated housing element to address the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, comments of what needs to be revised to comply with the state's housing element law. I'm the Director of Community Development for the public, and then I also have our planning manager, Sean Scully, here as well. Going on to a little bit of the background here. In addition to 7 public meetings from December of 2020 through May of 2021 to discuss the land use plan, which addressed our regional housing needs assessment requirement, where we had to demonstrate the capacity for an additional 2,490 dwelling units in Redondo Beach. In addition to all those meetings, this is our 5th public hearing on the drafts that we have prepared of our housing element since moving forward with that draft. This is our 6th official draft made public and submitted to HCD. And it's if this is adopted this evening, this will be our 3rd officially adopted housing element for this cycle. We have received 3 official comment letters from HCD. In addition, we have held, do we have the presentation? Okay, it's just not on the screen. There we go. Excuse me. We have received 3 official comment letters from HCD from the state. And we've had a number of Zoom calls and email discussions with them over the course of the last year. If this draft is adopted tonight, and once we receive the comments, hopefully within the 60-day window that HCD has, we'll have our 4th official comment letter, hopefully one that will be certifying the Redondo Beach housing element. So there are different revisions that we've made to address the HCD concerns from their April 12th letter. Just to give you a little background, our last adopted version, we adopted originally on October 5th of 2021. HCD provided their comment letter at the beginning of January of this year. And we made those revisions, what we thought were the completed revisions, and held a public hearing on February 1st. It was continued to February 8th, and we adopted our second version of the housing element that evening. HCD then had 60 days to provide their comment letter, which brought us to the April 12th deadline, and they provided that letter. There were a lot of revisions that they wanted us to make. We actually made a draft, provided the draft on June 23rd. They gave us some additional small revisions on that version so that we would have a completed version that would have hopefully the final language tightened up. So I just want to go through what those, the recommendations that they had from that April 12th letter and what we did. So they wanted us to really hone in on some sites inventory issues. In the meantime, we actually had heard from the South Bay Galleria. They'd been following our housing element situation, and you know, there are we do have the ability to recapture the South Bay Galleria in our housing element, and it's something that HCD has definitely expressed that, you know, that's not going to require rezoning. It actually had been evaluated in the CEQA document, the environmental impact report on the original approval for that. So it is something that they feel is a very viable site, much more even than the residential overlays, because it is something that's already in the zoning and something that had already been considered. So with that would have 350 total additional units, 70 of which would be affordable. By doing that, we can reduce the affordable units, those very low and low income units. We kind of divided that just because we didn't want to just make a move in one area or another with the concerns that HCD had about a couple of different sites. We reduced North Tech, took 35 of the very low and low income units from that and adjusted the overall number there accordingly, and then reduced the South Bay Marketplace by 35 very low and low income units. With that, they also wanted us to review the South Bay Marketplace a little bit more detail. We were having difficulty actually reaching the owners of the various sites in that development. So what they recommended and were open to was that we did a market evaluation. So we had Cosmont evaluate that to demonstrate that, that having that residential overlay would be a feasible option. So we did provide that to them, and they found that acceptable for our sites inventory. And then they had a couple of other adjustments, just cleaning up the language on the FedEx site that's in South Redondo regarding the zoning implementation, and that, you know, residential, it would be a component of that. And then clarifying that with zoning implementation, that it would definitely allow for that sites inventory, that total number of units to be developable. It doesn't mean that a project has to move forward. What it's saying is any zoning changes and standards that we would have to allow that many units to be developed on that site. Because really, ultimately, what we're looking at here in meeting our RENA number is to demonstrate that we have the capacity to provide that housing. And let me see if I hit everything here. This is just showing our obligation on the first line. You can see the 2,490 total units. We do have in the second line, the second row is showing that 10% buffer in the very low and low. We didn't need that in the moderate and above moderate, if you recall, because we really actually have quite an excess, and you'll see that in the next slide. In those categories, but it's really trying to meet the obligations for the very low and low income housing. For the credits towards RENA that we have, the Galleria, this is actually the 300 residential units that have been approved, including 30 that would be in the very low category. Legato at the 115 units, All Cost Foundry at 36 units, and then the Project Home Key Moonstone project at 20 affordable units. and we were allowed to also put the anticipated ADUs in here, and that's based on the development that we've seen over the years, the past few years since our ADU regulations went into place. So then you can see what our remaining obligations are, including that 10% buffer at that bottom line. And then going on to this slide, I know this is, it's a lot of information on one slide. I do have the housing element that I could pull up if we wanted to zoom in on any of the numbers. But really what the difference is here is we have under the residential recycling, the yellow highlight is what we've added. That was, the red underline is what we had adopted in February, the changes we'd made from the October plan to the February plan, where we added quite a few additional residential overlay areas. And then the yellow was a correction that HCD had for us. We had originally had the 100 North Catalina, the Catalina Village project, located as something that was going to be a project. And they said, well, that would be residential recycling because that's still going through the evaluation process at the Planning Commission. So if you saw on the prior slide, we had here Galleria, Legato, Allcast, Moonstone. Those are all approved projects. So since the Catalina Village project has not yet been approved, they had us just put it in.
How is it recycling if there's never been housing there? On the site?
It's under the R3 because it's zoned for R3. It's what they call residential recycling is whatever the zoning is, and if it's not at that level of development that it could be. We have a lot of residential recycling. There's R2, R3, that where it's only one unit on that, and that counts, but it doesn't count towards the affordable. So with that particular project, they proposed the 4 lower income units and then the additional 26 units. So that's what's in the yellow. And then in the green is that South Bay Galleria, the recapturing, what could possibly be a phase 2 of a total of 350 units, 70 of which would be affordable. And just a quick comparison, I know this is really, it's really tight to see, but you can just see it. There's been some adjustments from when we adopted back in October to February, and now, adding the Galleria site back in there. We have a number of additional sites that we didn't have back in October when we first adopted our housing element. And then south of 190th, we had added a couple of sites in that area. So it just wanted to just show that demonstration of how things have changed over time, and we've really been evaluating that. What we did hear from HCD after they received the June 23rd version was that they really felt comfortable with where we're at with our sites inventory. And the recommendation, we've opened the public hearing, taken testimony from staff. I certainly have all the prior documentation as, what we're really looking at here, the revisions in our housing element from our last adoption back in February. You can take the public testimony from interested parties, deliberate, and then close the public hearing. And then the recommendation is to adopt by title only the resolution to adopt the housing element.
Motion to open the public hearing and include the testimony. No, we didn't. We just did ex parte.
Yeah, you opened it, yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, okay. Check with the city clerk. I believe we did, yeah.
The director wouldn't be able to speak.
I had made a note
Okay.
to make sure that the public
All right.
hearing was open, so that was done, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Wow, okay. So to recap, we've had how many meetings now, city council meetings with this? And did this go through GPAC as well?
It did. It went through the General Plan Advisory Committee. It went through, so the first 7 meetings before we even got to the draft of the housing element was the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC. We had a community meeting. We had a planning commission meeting. We had 4 city council meetings. So that's the 7 community meetings before we even move forward with the draft. And that was decided in June on what the final land use plan would be to move forward and start the housing element. And then with that, there were
2 submissions.
five public hearings on the drafts, including tonight. This is our 6th official draft that we will be submitting to HCD.
With follow-up.
Yes, yeah, I think he's counting.
And how many meetings untold, just a roundabout, I don't need the exact numbers, the roundabout meetings with staff have we had, or with their staff, HCD?
We had a couple last summer, and then we had probably about 4 this spring. So, probably 6 or 7. And that doesn't even include like a little bit of email back and forth on some of their, their thoughts on where we were going with a draft.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I noticed on that slide, Legato would be above moderate. That was not as moderate.
I think it's going to land in that category. Moderate is technically 80% to 120% of median income. So it would be expected to be.
There's no, that in itself wouldn't even count as affordable housing. A moderate.
Moderate would not, no.
Right, it's got to be on the other 2 slides. Okay. Yeah, so we've had a lot of public comment on this. There's a recent state bill 7681.
197. Yeah, thank you. I can talk to the process. The state and assembly bills 197 were passed. We originally, the deadline was that we had to have a certified, and that's how HCD defined it or determined or interpreted it, had to have a certified housing element done by February 11th. If you recall, we were looking to have it at least adopted, and if it became certified, then we would argue that point. That being said, that if you didn't meet that February 11th deadline, we would have had to have the rezoning done by October 15th of this year. I think the state legislature realized that was a lot of undertaking in the Southern California Association of Governments, the SCAG region that we're in. There are 197 localities, that includes cities and counties in the SCAG region. Right now, only 16 have certified housing elements.
Right.
So imagine like if all of those had to not only be certified before this October 15th, but then would have to have their any zoning changes adopted by this October 15th was a pretty major undertaking. So what the legislature just adopted is regulation where if you are certified by this October 15th, you will get 3 years and 120 days to implement your zoning. So we would have until February 11th of 2025 to implement our zoning. If we can get this certified before October 15th. They have 60 days that they have to respond back to us. That's why I said, hopefully this is the draft that gets certified in the next comment letter we receive. If we did not have it certified by October 15th, then we'd have a year from that to get it certified and have our zoning implemented. So they kind of just gave a little bit more room for municipalities.
So we need do environmental impact report on this as well, correct?
Well, we will on the actual implementation. For the housing element itself, we did do the initial study negative declaration, and that's a component of this resolution. But to implement it, to adopt the general plan updates that will implement these land use changes, that is requiring the environmental impact statement. And we are working on that. We needed to get to this point of having a housing element that HCD is saying that, yes, the site's inventory is landing where they want to see it for us to really finalize that EIR.
Okay, so there's plenty of more time for public comment. We're going to be looking at this a lot more, the impacts and moving forward. Okay, so Christian Horvath, Councilmember Horvath.
Brandy, I'm going to apologize just in case we've covered this before, but we've been doing this so long now, I just forget. So two questions. In your report, you're only covering the 10% reduction in the low, very low for District 5 and District 4 as it results from the addition of the 350 additional units to the Galleria. But you're not talking about any reduction in the market rate portion of units anywhere in that District 4, District 5 area. So is there a decrease with the additional 350 units? Is there a decrease in the market units, the above, moderate and moderate in District 5 and District 4?
Yes, it would be in the North Tech residential overlay. So in that District 5 area, there's not only the reduction of the 35 units of affordable, it's an overall reduction of about 175 units. So it halved what we had in the North Tech. For the South Bay Marketplace, however, that particular overlay was to be all low income. So, in the in this planning document. So you wouldn't be let me go back to that North Tech. So what the HCD would allow us to do is whatever number of units we would put in the North Tech, we could only count 20% of those towards affordable. So that's why there is a bigger reduction in the total number of units, because North Tech had only 20% of the total units in that residential overlay that would be count towards affordable. So you could also reduce the market rate. In the South Bay Marketplace, going back to that, since that was all counting towards the affordable, there's no additional above moderate that would be reduced.
Okay. As it relates to residential recycling, I can't remember if we've discussed, SB 9 has now gone into effect. So technically, if Sacramento's argument were to prevail, every single R1 neighborhood would be part of the residential recycling, because the whole point of that is that it's supposed to be affordable to split a residential R1 into 4. So why isn't that able to be considered?
If you recall,
I don't. That's why I'm asking.
in other in many of these hearings that we've had this conversation, for HCD, in their criteria of what can you count towards affordable, we can't use. Well, they could use density bonus. We can't use, we have an inclusionary ordinance, so we can't count that towards affordable. What you can count is if the density is 30 dwelling units per acre or greater, and that the site has to be half an acre or greater. So even if their intent, and even if it were implementable, that the SB 9 was going to create affordable housing, at this point, based on the HCD's criteria, we cannot count those towards affordable.
Yeah, well, their criteria is bogus. So, okay, and then two quick comments. One, you have the Cosment feasibility study in there, but what you don't have is like hard proof that, like, say, in regard to what the Cosmon feasibility study is talking about, which is a South Bay Marketplace site, that it's actually an actionable site. I know HCD had pushed back on that for some other sites, but I just wanted to throw that out there. And then my one critique is that there's no mention in the staff report about. It says that the council has passed these, which is true, and that's a factual statement, but it doesn't say that the council has passed these housing elements sent to HCD on a 3-2 vote. And I think that should be in the record to really establish that a lot of residents did not feel heard throughout this process. I understand why you're doing it, but I just want to throw that out there on the record, that our record should reflect how it happened, not just kind of gloss over it.
Yeah, and I recognize that perhaps this staff report did not have that. Our prior staff reports have documented what the votes have been. Just trying to get this one together and get it through. With that, we will provide the resolution, and we have provided the resolution as part of the record for every version that we have submitted to HCD, so they do see what that voting record is.
I know, it just doesn't tell the right story to the residents if they're going to read that packet, that's all. So just food for thought. That's all.
Councilmember Obaji.
To Councilmember Horvath's point, actually, can we hear from the public and the e-comments before we engage in more questioning of our director?
That's up to you. We can go back to council members as well. All right, so members of the public, so the way we'll do this is we'll hear from in-person first and then e-comments and emails. And
Just to be clear, I do feel like everybody has been heard, and we have considered and read every e-comment or had it read out loud here, and that's why I want to continue to do that.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. No written cards. Is there anyone in the members of the public here that would like to come up to the podium and speak? Please state your name for the record. And I know who you are, but just go ahead and state your name for the record. Come on up. Don't be shy.
I won't be. Elisa Bealey, I live in District 5. I just want to start by saying I've lived in Redondo Beach for 22 years. I've been a homeowner for 22 years. I never paid any attention to city council until a year and a half ago, when because of the housing element. And it was because at that time there were 1,000 units that were slated for the North Tech area, and that's right in my neighborhood. So first, to thank you for getting me involved, and that's when I've started to see what's going on. So I appreciate that. I've been involved in this process. I'm speaking specifically for the North Tech area. I know the number originally, as I said, started at 1,000. There's been several rounds that you've discussed. It's now down to the 175. And when I've spoken on this in the past, I've said, you know what, I think it's fair for all of Redondo to share this burden equally. And that's why, it just didn't seem right that the vast majority of the units are being put in North Redondo. Now with the additional 350 at South Bay Galleria area for the phase 2, there's so much going into District 4, and that's, between Mr. Obaji and his residents. I know I wouldn't be okay with it, but my question is, the North Tech, that 175, my understanding is that there's 2,490 units that are required. With the buffer, it's 2,635. So I don't really understand why we even need those 175 at North Tech. And my concern about that particular area, which I've mentioned before, is the schools. I live in the very tip of North Redondo in that Dow Johnson Triangle area. I know what it's like for kids to get to school, to get to the middle school, to get to the high school from that area. And we're talking about 175 units north of there. So in addition to those kids having to navigate things like Artesia and Grant to get to school, they'd also have to navigate a freeway on-ramp, a freeway off-ramp, and Manhattan Beach Boulevard in Inglewood. And it seems a little punitive to have that 175 in District 5. So that is my concern. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public that wants to come? Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be
You
shy.
folks have been
Hey,
talking.
ma'am, you got to speak to us, though.
State your name first.
State your name.
Eliana Stoltz.
Thank you.
I've been following this from afar. And I think it's phenomenal that this Redondo Beach Council, Redondo Beach is going this way. Reason being is the better we get, the bigger we get, the better we are. The quality of what we have and we have for our residents. I walked to school. I walked to school in the middle of communism. I faced guns. And God, am I glad I'm in this country. There's nothing wrong with kids walking to school. There's nothing wrong with kids having to. How many kids in this country really walk to school? I did. I do. So to bring those cases and bring them like that, it sounds to me like you guys have done a very thorough job of what you're trying to accomplish for the city of Redondo Beach. And I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the members of the public wants to come up and speak? All right, go first, state your name, and then we'll do back.
Hi, my name is Jean Mayhew. Again, I actually have a question in regards to the slides. Would you be able to go back for a couple slides? It's not a comment, it's just a clarification.
Yeah.
Can you go back up a couple slides?
Which slide would you like, ma'am?
The two maps, please.
Could we get a copy of the slides? Do we have a copy?
We'll make sure that it's that you can do a receive and file of that, and then it will be in the record and on the website.
Perfect. And you had the 3-minute
Great.
timer.
But I just, now with everybody on the line, a lot of stakeholders, I just wanted to see if you can highlight for us what the actual changes are from the progression.
Ma'am, you only have 3 minutes, so just ask your questions and we'll get to them.
Okay, it just does not seem like an equitable distribution. And you guys keep saying that you've been hearing us, you've been hearing us, you've been hearing us. You really haven't. We've been asking for equitable distribution of these housing the whole time. And we're still not getting that from these progression of these maps. And that's the thing I think that we are feeling like we're not being heard. This is the reason we have a 3-2 vote. This is what we are trying to say, and you guys say that you hear us, just like the mayor pro tem thing, but you're still not going to do anything about it. And so the letters to the housing, to the housing folks will continue because you guys are not hearing us, despite the fact that you say you are not.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Diane Lewis. I'm from District 4, 23 years in District 4, 30 plus years in Redondo Beach, about 7 or 8 or 9 of them in South Redondo. Anyhow, I am concerned about the number of units that you may want to put in District 4. We're already pretty crowded. I've seen, one house go down, 3 houses go up. And traffic has gotten ridiculous in my area, and I'm very concerned about this housing. I was wondering if there's like a specific number that you're throwing around that will go into District 4. I've heard, the other people talk about 170 in District 5, which if we've got 1,900 units, that's an awful lot of units to stick in District 4. I don't know if you're familiar with Grant near Kingsdale. That one house in a beautiful yard is now a whole load. I don't even know how many condos they're sticking in there, but their back door is like 2 feet from Grant Avenue. And if that's what it's going to look like, I'm very concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the public want to come down and speak in person? Okay. Are there any e-comments or emails that we need to read?
So I have
No Zoom?
no Zoom.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead and read the 3 e-comments.
Okay, first comment is submitted by Susan Andrade. My family has lived here for over 50 years. It is disheartening to see the city that we call home and loved for so many years treat its residents with such disregard. To condense over 3,000 plus in housing in such a small radius of just one corner of the city shows the lack of concern for the quality of life of the families who have spent decades making their homes, raising their children, and plan their retirements. You have burdened my community to take on over 90% RENA housing. Our infrastructure and schools can't take the unsurmountable increase in residents to this small area. It will make our homes and surrounding community unbearable to live in. We invested not just our monies, but our lives and the lives of our families in this city, and we wholeheartedly expect our mayor and city council to treat us as they would their neighbor, as we too, quote unquote, are your neighbor. You have solely decided to sacrifice my community when it could have easily been spread throughout both sides of Redondo. You have placed the RENA housing, homeless shelter, transit center, metro, and talk of placing the cannabis site here as well. We are not your dumping ground. Your community is not more precious than ours. We deserve better from our elected leaders than to be ridiculed and silenced when we ask to be treated fairly and equally. When myself and my community spoke up about all of these issues, we were bullied and harassed by a group supported by the mayor. I can't believe it is happening in my city. This is not quote unquote hands-on politics. It is elitism. The exclusionary tactics used by this group is appalling, and I am embarrassed to call you my leaders. Please show more respect for yourselves and stop lowering the standards for good behavior. I grew up to do, quote unquote, do what is right. So do what is right and just for Redondo. I don't care if you don't like someone. It's not about you. Hear us loud and clear. Spread out the housing equally, as each neighborhood is equally valuable to this city. I will not be silent, and I hope my neighbors will not be either. I will continue to send these inequities to HCD, and I encourage Redondo residents. Submitted by Grace Peng. Table H43 makes it quite clear that the proposed HE does not affirmatively further fair housing. It puts 1,143 of the low-income housings required by RENA, over 90% of them, within the attendance boundaries of Title I school, Adams Middle School. Asking one school, which is already burdened by 50% more Title I children than Paris Middle School, is a violation of AFFH. It is also an AFFH violation to place homes on the North Tech area, adjacent to one of the busiest freeway corridors in the country. Students would have to cross freeway ramps and train tracks just to get to schools and parks. HCD has already disallowed the only large low-income housing site in 90278, the FedEx site, as unfeasible. You have no proof that the owner wants to develop there and be limited to only building low-income homes. Your report to HCD already shows that only 1 to 2% of net new homes is affordable in the HUD sense. You recognize that they market was not able to produce lower income homes and drafted a new inclusionary zoning ordinance with 20% IZ. How then can you justify that one site will produce 100% low income homes? The letter and spirit of AFFH requires us to serve the interests of new and old residents, distribute the housing and school children equitably to all schools in our city, especially ones that currently have a very small representation of Title I students. Don't submit HEs that will be rejected. Get to work on a real and equitable housing implement. Next comment is by Miriam Butler, continuing to put the majority of housing in North Redondo Beach, instead spreading it out more evenly, continues to be irresponsible and infuriating to the residents of North Redondo. Any space we have left in District 4 should be conserved and maintained as green space. The argument that housing should be close to freeways and transit makes zero sense when under that reasoning, there would be zero homes by the beach. Plus, our other resources, such as stores and schools, are negatively impacted by increased density. The responsible thing would be to spread out the housing more evenly. Before, it was 2,400 units that were to be allocated to the north, and now 3,100. Where South Redondo Beach still is roughly 600, it's absolutely ridiculous. Because the majority of low-income residents are minorities, it's also a racist practice not to put any low-income housing in South Redondo and keep it all in the north. The entire purpose of low-income housing is equal opportunities to live in areas that they otherwise will not be able to. We need to adhere to the intentions of what low-income housing is meant for. That concludes the comments for this item. Oh, let me refresh. I'm sorry. Thank you, Eleanor. Okay, the last comment under this item from Leslie Campeggi. It's disturbing to see residents defame others when they disagree. Slinging unfounded accusations smacks of smear tactics to malign the people with whom the voting majority in our city agrees. Regarding the housing element plan, the GPAC, comprising of more North Redondo residents than South Redondo residents, agreed in large part with the city council majority, as did the city staff. It is deplorable to label anyone as racist, chauvinistic, misogynistic, sexist, NIMBY, elitist, carpetbagger, exclusionary, etc. when they do not agree with you, have experiences you're not familiar with, or because you didn't vote for them. What people don't know can certainly hurt and result in misinformed opinion. Doing homework is necessary. It often shines a light on what was not petty at all, or not anything close to the mudslinging that is falsely manufactured in a quote unquote North versus South mob mentality. Responsive comments on social media and discussion at public meetings containing verifiable data, references and links to documented as well as established criteria for decision-making is not bullying or harassment, as some like to claim. A council member not voting for what a person wants is not silencing anyone, nor does it mean you are right and they must be wrong. Declaring that others do not care about the impacts of issues that affect the entire city, both short and long term, displays only that people who engage in this behavior have no desire to embrace anything other than their own viewpoint, wishing to remain invested in hurling insults towards those who disagree. Attempting to further lump those with whom one disagrees into a category of quote unquote supporters or quote unquote sycophants of a person or group shows what that person's real agenda is. Discredit in any way those with an opinion different than yours. And all that said, the housing element was forced on Redondo by the state of California. Our city is currently fighting that mandate as the numbers being forced on us are egregious. That is where everyone's ire belongs. Please take a look at www.ourneighborhoodvoices.com to help in that effort. That concludes the comments.
One more from Zoom. Go for it. Ms. Osborne.
Yes, okay. This is unscripted, but I totally agree with the last speaker. I probably examined that algorithm by which they gave us the arena more than anybody on this call, okay? And what you don't realize is they painted certain areas of Redondo blue and deliberately raised our arena by how much blue they painted. And where do you suppose they painted the blue? On that North Tech area because it's near a metro station, even though we weren't zoned for it. Do you know what they painted blue? On the cemetery, okay? I protested to no avail. I said we were not going to disinter the bodies, but they counted that 17 acres. They are the ones, the HCD, actually it was SCAG, that came up with the algorithm, and as the last speaker said, that is where your ire should be directed. I have just as much ire as many of you, but mine is directed at SCAG. I try to stay calm with them, and I'm also collecting signatures from the zoning petition when we start up again. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Anything more on Zoom or? Okay. What? No. I got a few comments. So, a couple of things that I heard regarding school district. We don't plan for the school district. Those are two separate districts. The city and district are different. We can't work with each other on this. They've actually said that they can support, because of declining enrollment, they can support higher numbers. And we're doing this because of the state. State is forcing us to upzone all of these numbers, and they're going off of density. Their idea of affordability comes down to density. The higher the density, the lower the cost. That's their thought, and they're forcing this on us. There was a speaker that talked for a minute about our neighborhood voices. This is, once again, the state overreaching their rights into us and telling us what to do and how to do it. I remember back in 2015 when there were projects coming to South Redondo, it was all the same conversations. It happens in every city when it comes to comments regarding what we're doing here. And I'll tell you right now that the other cities have exactly the same issue. They're fighting it, not fighting it. They're going along. Residents are outraged. Residents are mad. Every single city that I know, every single council member that I know in different cities are doing what they can to get through this. And it's tough and it's not easy. And very few people end up being happy, except for developers, Wall Street developers, because this is a giveaway to Wall Street developers. They get instant upzoning, thereby their property values go dramatically higher. And that's what this comes down to. So, and this has taken a phenomenal amount of time on city staff. I mean, unbelievable time. And we don't get paid back from the state to do this. And we're forced to do it. And it takes a lot of our time as well. So, it's not fun, but we have to go through this. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Relative to the point made by Dr. Was it Payne? Yeah. Do we know, have we checked with the school district at all to see whether they would be able to tolerate essentially new development at those two sites, the Galleria site and the South Bay Marketplace?
Yes, and we actually added that into our housing element, a little bit of documentation of that conversation. There have been some declining enrollment, but as well, I think their biggest, they do have that capacity to increase if they need to. And then as well, I think their biggest concern was making sure that they're, for the elementary schools and middle schools, that there is the access, that there's going to be pedestrian bicycle ways from that type of housing to, for these residential overlay areas to where those schools are. And what we acknowledged was we have quite a few. I mean, we certainly know how many capital improvement projects we have that we just adopted, but we have quite a few of those projects are addressing exactly that bicycle connectivity, the pedestrian connectivity, and making sure that is that's being addressed in general, not just per this housing element, but right in that vicinity. And as well, the Galleria project has a requirement to provide a feasibility study to extend that the SCE right-of-way bike path. So that's part of what they already have approved to make that connection over to the Galleria site, which of course then is adjacent to quite a few of these other sites. So the more that that we have in our capital improvements plan is definitely demonstrating that can be met.
And one concern I hear from residents, especially who live on Kingsdale, Condon, et cetera, is the traffic impact that would occur from any additional, let's say, adding another 350 units to the Galleria. At what point in the process do things like traffic impacts get assessed and mitigated?
Right. So actually, the South Bay Galleria site that has been evaluated, and it was determined that the site could handle an additional 350 units, 70 of which we talked about would be affordable. That had already been evaluated through the environmental impact report for that particular project. So each project, when it would be coming forward, that's when we'll do a specific evaluation for the project itself. That being said, we are going to be doing an environmental impact report on the general plan update, which would include all of these land use plan changes. So that we will work on as soon as we have what we're moving forward for the sites inventory here, and that will evaluate it on the bigger picture on the general plan level. So as you go through in any project, say a site was going to do a phase one of 4 phases, for example, they could do, if they don't know what they're going to do for the whole site and they wanted to do only a portion of it, they could do an environmental review of that particular. Now, there might be cumulative impacts that they have to recognize might happen, and that they'll be able to see that cumulative impact in that general plan level of environmental review.
All right. And have you gone over this draft plan? By the way, in this packet, where is the actual distribution that you showed on your table? Do you have a H dash number?
The table, for the summary of site strategy, where it shows the lower, moderate, above moderate, and total is H43. It's table H43.
Okay. And could we go to the map up here on the big screen, please? The 3 maps next to each other?
Sure. Eleanor, can you share that? Thank you.
All right. So, folks, I think what you are not necessarily getting totally clear is that nobody on council wants to be adding more density to Redondo Beach. Certainly, I know the 3 of us who often vote together are not pro more density. We do not care if it advances business interests. The residents that show up and make calls to our police department and fire department do not contribute, whether they're at Market or low income do not contribute enough in taxes to the city to make up for the extra drag that they bring to the city. Commercial uses do bring revenue to the city in terms of sales tax. And so to add more residents to the city is exactly what I ran on not doing. But we have no choice. And if we do not add density to our city pursuant to what the state is requiring of us to do, or at least not density, but a zone to allow more density, that's what's actually occurring here. Nobody's actually taken out hammers and building quite yet. Then a judge will take over our zoning, and somebody just sued us to have a judge do that, the power plant owner, and you will have a judge directing where new housing is going to go in this city. Now, I just heard folks say that they don't want even that parcel up in D5 at the top corner there to go in with 170 units. We did that in response to concerns that the left turn lane off Manhattan Beach Boulevard onto Inglewood to get to the freeway was already so crowded in the mornings. So people did not want more people coming onto Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So that was actually at the beginning here. It was initially going to be that whole corner, but we got rid of it south of the freeway. So that is us listening and responding to what you say. Now, as for spreading it around the whole city, we could zone, higher density here, all in the south, all in the north, up there. I'm sure you would protest even a single new unit in District 5, but that simply just does not make sense. If you put a person here, they got to go to work. Where are they likely to work?
At home.
Ma'am, I need you to please settle down. Thank you.
In Century City, downtown Los Angeles, Orange County, maybe a small percentage over here. We have the studies on this. They are going to get to the freeway. And to get to the freeway, they're going to drive through these neighborhoods to get up to the 405. That is why this is called transit-oriented development. We want to zone the people, if they do come into existence, this housing does come into existence, to be on the east side of our city, next to the transit centers, next to the freeway, and not on a daily basis adding more traffic to North Redondo, to Grant Avenue, to Artesia Boulevard, to 190th.
Ma'am, if you can't follow the rules, we'll have to do some.
Is the Galleria likely to come into existence? I do think so, because they would love to build 350 more units. We do like affordable housing, well integrated. That's why we're working on a inclusionary housing ordinance. And we're doing just fine with that. We didn't need the state to shove more projects down our throat. So with that said, I believe the idea to spread housing all across the city is foolish and is going to ruin the quality of life in our city. Instead, concentrating on the periphery next to the freeways and the transit centers is environmentally conscious and smart. Anything else, dragging people throughout our whole city to commute to work, would just be not intelligent. So I am sticking with staff's recommendation. I understand, Director Forbes, that you all have conferred extensively with HCD about this third revision to the housing plan. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, we, after we received the April 12th letter, we had a call the following week with our HCD representative and talked through what their comments were. The main concerns, let me go to that slide. The main concerns that they had about the site's inventory at that point, they were concerned about South Bay Marketplace and wanted to have more demonstrated feasibility that site could have that kind of development, that residential overlay development. That was probably one of their biggest concerns, was that. So there was a lot of, and as well, then we go into, expanding language about constraints and programs and addressing the AFFH, the affirmatively furthering fair housing, and looking at that section. There were a lot of changes that we needed to make. We addressed those. We talked them through with HCD before we finalized the June 23rd draft. They felt very comfortable with much of the revisions that we had made. We put that draft out, and there were still additional language changes. But at that point, they confirmed that they felt comfortable with where our sites inventory was, that we had diversified it in a variety of sites. Looking at not everything having a residential overlay. But remember, the biggest issue is finding the sites that have that half acre or greater. There were a lot of sites, even, the church properties that are now allowed to utilize their properties and build affordable housing on them. A lot of our church properties wouldn't even qualify because of the size of those sites. So they really are at a place now, HCD is, where they're comfortable with our sites inventory. And the last final revisions were clarifying a little bit more those milestones and timeframes for the AFFH portion of the housing element. So we did address their concerns about the school district. We had the conversation with, they actually just wanted to know when we were going to have the initial conversation with the school district and what was our commitment for continuing the conversation. We actually had a full conversation with the administration at the school. So, I think they are at a place where it was just the most minor of tweaks from the June 23rd to the June 29th revisions. And again, it was, really specifying those milestones and timeframes in the AFFH section.
All right, thank you for that. And I will state that at the beginning of this whole process, I met with the school board president to discuss this very issue, whether they would be able to accommodate with adequate notice a growth in the student population in the area in which I live. And I do have a daughter who will be attending school in a number of years. So, and I intend to put her in Redondo Beach Public Schools. So I think this is as good as we can do relative to abiding by the state's requirements. What I'd say is join and contribute to efforts to organizations that are directing their efforts at getting power back to the municipalities away from the state as it concerns land use, and write to the Federal Reserve Chair asking him and the Federal Reserve to keep on increasing the interest rates, because that'll reduce the chances of any of this getting built. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Baji, thank you. What? No? I got it. When we talk about density and public transportation, we have the Metro Green Line, which we're fighting for to go down Hawthorne Boulevard. That's where transit-oriented development, all these regional areas, the state is pushing to getting people off of cars. I want to remind everyone that 93% of our traffic driving commuters travel outside of Redondo Beach. So they go to downtown LA, El Segundo, and Torrance. So I'm going to read a comment from a Manhattan Beach commissioner regarding a project, a 96,000 square foot, 79 unit apartment building on the corner of Rosecrans and Highland. It's all about the state forcing something to come through. And it's an easy reader article, fantastic article. And this is his quote. "I don't think staff is happy. I don't think the city attorney is happy. I don't think the planning commission is happy," said Commissioner Jim Delavue. "Because normally what would happen, state law aside, is we would have a kind of similar dialogue that we had today, but probably get a little bit more in the details of the project and be able to incorporate a little bit more of that community feedback. And that's what the community clearly wants. Based on the comments that were submitted, that's what we want. So I think it's safe to say that we're all sitting here in a very frustrated position. That project had not one, not two, not three, but 4 appeals. given to it. It was administrative approval by city staff, went to planning commission, and they're planning on going forward to the council, but they can't say no to the project. So that's where we're at with this. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. Brandy and Sean, thank you so much. Brandy, thank you for your expertise. I know you spent a lot of time in this,
Thank you.
a lot. And I know we couldn't have done this without you. So I really appreciate both of you, especially I know you've been in a lot of meetings with Robin Huntley, and it's much appreciated. I want to repeat what Holly Osborne had said. The rage should be directed at the state right now. None of us up here are happy with the state. We've sued the state over this. So I ran on a campaign, on a platform to oppose lots of growth. I was a slow growth person. I agree in economic growth, but as a person who lived in both District 4 before and now in District 2, I've seen what development has done in both of those districts, and it concerns me. What a lot of people are saying is there should be equity, and I agree with the general gist of having equity, but what it does not do is it takes a snapshot in time. It does not look at previous development in our city. Go look at the Esplanade, go look at the seascape developments and the village down on the waterfront. Tell me that that is not a dense development. And I understand what people are saying. I understand your schools are full. You're tired of traffic. We're all in that boat together. I think I've said this before. The district I represent is nearly zoned, all of it's zoned either R2 or R3. There's only like 6 blocks in my district that are R1. So I want everybody to understand that we understand how frustrated you are with this. And all of us up here, without exception, don't take any of this lightly. So your anger and your angst should be directed towards what's going on in Sacramento and not towards us. We've all fought against this, so I understand that. Regarding the schools, I was a school board member for 8 years. I understand the schools pretty well. We've talked about where there is room in the school district. I remember when we had the Galleria hearings, school board member Waller was up here saying that they can accommodate at least 300 or 400. We were concerned that the underlying zoning at the Galleria could mean thousands of units. And I think all of us here were against that. I sincerely recall us being very concerned about that. I think you may remember that as well too. And so the redevelopment of the Galleria is a great thing for our city, and also brings a lot of jobs and commercial. So, I know that, a number of the schools, Lincoln has a lot of kids in Lincoln. A lot of the schools, I started on the school board in 2005. Many of the schools have increased 50% in population. It's really amazing. My own kid's school at Burrell started at 300. It's now up to 450. When we lived near Bernie, same thing, 300, now it's 450. The only middle school right now that can accommodate more growth is Adams. I know that a lot of people don't believe that, but they just built an entire new wing at Paris. It's 1,257 students. Adams is 1,066 students. There's more room there, not that necessarily want to do that, but Washington is the school that concerns me. There's 801 students there. Part of the reason there's 801 students there is they have a dual immersion program. It's the only dual immersion program in the city, so in the school district. So, but there are 2 other schools that people don't think about in terms of elementary. Edison School, which is the adult school on Inglewood, has been talked about converting back, if it's needed, into an elementary school, which is actually near the North Tech Quarter. It's probably the closest school there. And also the school off of Ripley. I forgot what that's called. It's a Christian school, Coast Christian, I think. It's Valor, okay. That also is school district property if needed to be converted back into being an elementary school. And some people I know shook their heads in amazement saying we don't have declining enrollment. If you look at the trends, Redondo is kind of the outlier. Many of the school districts surrounding us do have declining enrollment. I don't think it's going to last here forever. It's just not going to. It's sheer demographics. We just went through the kids of both boomers and Gen X's, that now you're going into Gen Y and millennial kids eventually. You're going to see a downturn in terms of enrollment. But the school district thinks they can handle it. And I think what you said says that. And we've actually, it's interesting they ask us to look at schools, yet when a project comes before us, we cannot consider school enrollment. I find that interesting. So, but again, just to highlight, I understand people's concerns, but look at the history. There's been a lot of development, especially in North Redondo, over the years by previous councils. This council has not encouraged that at all, even though some of these things these are previous zoning. And we're stuck now with another 2,400 units that we have to find room for, where there isn't room in our city for this. So I understand everybody's frustration here from either North Redondo or South Redondo. Everybody's upset. There's development going on everywhere, whether you realize it or not. There's a lot of residential recycling in my district. My district has, I mean, it's nearly impossible to find a single family home for sale in District 2. It's really difficult. So, but I understand everybody's concern. We're trying to do the best we can up here, but we're constrained by what the state is trying to push. So thank you all for the work you've done. I thank the public for their comments. I understand everybody's frustration. We all share it up here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
So where I will agree with my colleagues is that, yes, I think we have been in lockstep and agreement as it relates to state mandates and the unfortunate decisions being made by certain people at the state level as to how they should dictate what localities can do with their zoning. It's not okay. I wrote an op-ed on it last year. I find it frustrating. I've gone to HCD meetings. I've gone to SCAG meetings to testify. I went with Holly, who's on Zoom. I went with Grace Pang, who wrote an e-comment. So we're in agreement there. What I will say is, though, where we're in disagreement is this idea of transit-oriented development. And I appreciate that you guys wanted me to stay on the COG last week or 2 weeks ago and said, you know, you do a good job. Well, during that time of doing a good job, you know, I served as the transportation chair, and I learned a lot of things about transportation and TOD, or transit-oriented development. And one thing I will tell you, if you want to do the reading and the white papers that the COG has put out, transit-oriented development does not work in the South Bay. In theory, it should work. In theory, it should work in the major metropolitan areas. It doesn't really work here. And the COG for the South Bay has actually been pushing the idea of neighborhood-oriented development, where people can actually walk or bike to job centers or retail centers or whatnot. So I will respectfully disagree that just throwing all of the housing where the potential transit can be is not necessarily the right solution. We've learned over the years, we've had plenty of conversations here as it relates to development, that residential doesn't necessarily generate traffic, or at least traffic in the same way that we all get concerned about and that we hear a lot of complaints about. Commercial generates an enormous amount of traffic. We've seen the numbers. The data does not lie. So equitably distributing housing throughout the city or the zoning to allow for the housing is more in line, I think, in my opinion, with what the GPAC was trying to do, right? They were trying to look at sites all up and down North Redondo, South Redondo, everywhere. Things change, you know, to just kind of lump it all in one area because a train may come through or because a highway is a half a mile away is not right. And I don't think it helps us. By the way, you know, when we talk about being park poor or any of those comments, right? Well, it's not helping us create the parks and the other quality of life things that people will need in those denser areas to accommodate more people so that they can really truly experience a quality of life. You know, I made a comment to Councilmember Lowenstein, I think last year, right? We can't build to the west of us. There's a beach and a water, you know, like, North Redondo doesn't have that. North Redondo is surrounded by Manhattan Beach, Hawthorne, Torrance, and Lawndale, right? So there's just a lot going on. And by the way, Lawndale, I think, got the same RENA allocation or a little bit higher than us. And that's right adjacent, you know, to that North Tech area, you know? So they're just as freaked out about North Tech as anybody, you know, from District 5, because where is it all gonna go? And how are you going to create those quality of life upgrades that we want to do? It's great that we are, you know, as Brandy said, we're focused on CIP projects for biking and transportation, but we're behind the ball on that. You know, we're just catching up. And by the time we do catch up, we're going to need to do more. So the price of property is only going up, I think, as everybody knows. We created an open space acquisition fund back in 2016. And we're not even using that money for buying property because we can't leverage it. You know, we are unable, I think we've thrown it at like some of it to a park that already was a park, but then we found out that the water district or Cal Water actually owned a portion of it. And so we had to buy back stuff from Cal Water. And otherwise the money's gotten allocated to other projects. We're unable to buy property. So we can't create more parks. And that's what people in the north side of town, I think, need more of, especially if we're going to create more density. So I just wanted to point out that I respectfully disagree with the TOD argument. I don't think it is germane to this conversation. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Can we get, Randy, can we get the maps up again? I think you kind of made my point, Councilmember Horvath, because what you said is essentially people are not riding the metro, right? That they're not going to ride the metro and they're going to still drive to work and they need to be next to retail. Is that right?
No, it's rethinking. Transit-oriented development does not work in the South Bay, but rethinking strategies, which is a neighborhood-oriented development thing, would work. And I think, you know, as COVID showed us, more and more people have started working from home, right? There's more and more people who now desire to not commute. So having housing and or the zoning, and let's be clear here, because what we're really talking about is the zoning, right? Not the actual housing. There's not, 3,000 units going up tomorrow. But it should be equitably distributed throughout the 6.3 square miles of the city.
I thought I heard you say in your first speech that it should be next to retail, shops, restaurants, that kind of stuff that people would use, right? That's neighborhood planning?
The idea is that's right. You would plan for everywhere.
What do we have right here? We have the South Bay Marketplace.
I'm not turning around.
That's where residence is going to go in. More housing here, or zoning here. We have a Galleria Mall that's about to undergo a $500 million reconstruction, remodeling, and totally changing it to make it the most modern, best mall in the area. So again, these folks are not going to have to leave this area. They could probably totally subside being right here in this area, which is exactly my hope, that they will on a daily basis not need to drive through our neighborhood right here. And if they do need to go elsewhere because they're not riding Metro, they can hop on the freeway right over there, a quarter mile away. And same thing in North Tech. There's a grocery store, a Vons there. There's an In-N-Out. There's all sorts of restaurants we even put in. Do we still have incentives?
Hey, ma'am.
Do we still have the incentive where if they keep commercial, they get a 10% boost on their dwelling units per?
Or commercial density?
We'll have to work on that when it comes to the actual working on the zoning itself. What we were looking at for this was the amount of residential. But that was one of the components in the motion that you made when you adopted to move forward for the land use plan.
Okay, and our goal was to maintain all that commercial there so that people can go directly from their residences to all these shops, restaurants, and retail that's right there without leaving that area. And I think that's neighborhood planning as well as transit-oriented development planning. So that's all, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Obaji. Second, you said that exactly where you're going with that. All right, any more speakers? And, okay.
I just want to clarify one thing.
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, my name is Wayne Craig. Question I had was, what percentage of Redondo residents actually commute out of the city to go to work now? It's a huge percentage. What's the number?
93%.
93%. So what Mr. Councilmember Obaji was saying would probably be the most likely outcome if we did spread more housing across the city. You're going to have a huge band of traffic impacting the Grant Avenue. I mean, I was down there the other night, a car's trying to fly 50 miles an hour down that. I mean, it's not going to be better, folks. The biggest complaint of Redondo residents that I've seen in the time I've been involved with talking about this is traffic. putting it across the city makes absolutely no sense if 93% of the population is already commuting out of the city. Okay? I can't see any other way around it. But I just want to clarify that for Mr. Horvath, because that's one thing he did not mention in his dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I just want to check with Zoom. Anyone who would like to speak, *9 to raise your hand.
Motion to close
I just want to double check.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? All right. Another motion?
Motion to adopt the staff recommended revision to the housing plan
And by title only,
by title only.
resolution.
Hold on, let me get to that thing.
Second.
Receive and file the presentation.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2207-048.
And receive and file the staff report and
And
public
receive and
comments.
file the staff report, yes. All right.
The presentation, yeah.
Presentation, yeah.
Good?
Okay. Thank you.
Second? There was a second.
Yeah, second. All right. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yo.
Councilmember Abaji.
Aye.
And myself, aye. So that passes. All right,
Okay,
thank you.
I need to read the
Title only?
resolution. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2207-048, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, adopting the city's sixth cycle 2021-2029 draft housing element of the general plan incorporating recommended amendments from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, ACD, and citing the previously adopted California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, documented initial study/negative declaration. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, perfect. Onwards to our next item, which is item L2. And we did our ex parte for this, so can I get a
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
perfect? All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. So this item is about, good. This public hearing is about reading of first ordinances for setbacks and mechanical units and noise in those setbacks. Ms. Forbes.
And I apologize, I was getting the presentation ready. Did we open the public hearing?
Yes, it is, and we did vote on it.
Continue the public hearing. Yeah.
Open the continued public hearing, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. This item is the continued public hearing to consider the amendments to the Redondo Beach zoning, both for inland and coastal, pertaining to setbacks for accessory structures in residential zones and standards for building and other projections in all zones. And it's also a consideration of the California Environmental Quality Act exemption for the proposed amendments. Last year, the city council took actions that triggered the need to review the zoning ordinance provisions related to these two sections of code. The first is related to the accessory structures in residential zones, 10-2.1500 for inland and 10-5.1500 for coastal. This was from a decision of an appeal heard by City Council last June regarding the accessory structure that was attached to the main dwelling unit. It was just really determined, City Council determined that there needed more clarity in the actual regulations so that it was clear what could be attached to the main dwelling and what accessory structures or buildings could be attached to each other. So we went through that at the June 14th public hearing where we opened the public hearing. What I'm going to do is go through the revisions that we've made since then. I do have the presentation as part of this agenda item as well. We have it on the record from the last meeting if we do need to pull up any of the other sections. But I was really wanting to focus on the other section, which is buildings and other projections in all zones. And this is addressing the concern that what we've seen through COVID is a lot of people are staying at home more, as well with just warmer temperatures in the summers here in Redondo Beach, that more people are wanting to install air conditioners. Well, when it's an already existing unit that might have been built to out to the required setbacks, there aren't locations for people to locate their air conditioning units or water heaters, tankless water heaters, water conditioners. So what this regulation change is 10-2.1522 for inland and 10-5.1522 for coastal. And it's really a consideration of those revisions to allow for those, the air conditioner units and required setbacks. The Planning Commission considered these sections of code and potential revisions at their January 2022 meeting, and the City Council reviewed those Planning Commission recommendations on March 1st of this year, and directed staff to finalize those ordinances with additional changes. The official public hearing on the ordinance was held on June 14th, where City Council received a presentation from staff and public testimony and decided to continue the public hearing to tonight's meeting in order for staff to make the revisions agreed to by council based on the comments from the public and discussion. The Community Development Department coordinated with the City Attorney's Office to make those revisions, and those are before you tonight. Since this is a continued public hearing, as I mentioned, the previous presentation is on the record still from the June 14th meeting. And I'm going to, again, focus on those revisions. So here's the slide. This was the section that is proposed to be added that's addressing mechanical and plumbing equipment. And the City Council, you went through this at the June 14th meeting about allowing in the rear setback and setback between buildings, but the question was about side setbacks. And so the additions or changes, I should say, from what was being considered at the June 14th hearing to today is what's in the highlighted text. So because there was concern about the water softeners actually making quite a bit of noise and maybe not having the manufacturer ratings, it was requested or directed for staff to accept water softeners, not have those in the side setbacks. And then just all air conditioners, not just mini split air conditioners, being allowed to project up to half of the required side setback. Now, the caveat to that was to really address a little bit more in the noise section of this code, saying that it shall not emit at a level greater than 55 decibels or have a manufacturer rating exceeding 55 decibels. So these were the changes that were made as a result of the conversation at our June 14th public hearing. And with that, the recommendation, we're continuing the public hearing, taking testimony. I've provided staff's testimony. This concludes my presentation, but then you'll definitely want to take the testimony from the public. And then at that point, you can close public hearing and deliberate. There are two ordinances. One is the inland and one is the coastal, and then as well a resolution to submit the coastal ordinance to the Coastal Commission for their certification.
Okay. You done? Good? All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'll tell you, we passed a leaf blower ordinance due to noise. And that's 5 minutes of noise, maybe 10. And now we're talking about allowing increased noise next to someone's house which would directly affect someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't have a strong noise ordinance. And to me, if we do this, whatever we allow has to be highly enforceable. And we have to have the ability for a neighbor to have the right for quiet enjoyment without the enforcement of a lawsuit, but through code enforcement and the city actually taking action and actually moving forward with ensuring that whatever was approved is still within the scope of the law, is still within the scope of what was allowed. And we need to have this in place as long-term, because as the neighbors and occupants transition, whether they are owners or renters, on both sides of the fence, literally. It needs to be consistent. And so I actually got a letter the other day, I think we all did, and I had some very concerning thoughts in there. For instance, 40 decibels, and since AC units are going to be allowed in setback areas, it does not make sense to limit other types of equipment will also have to comply with code section, even if sound limit is imposed. I just totally disagree with that because excessive noise is an issue, and what we allow today, we have to have a real enforceable, actionable ordinance that we can work on. So my first question to the police chief is, the ability for, if a code enforcement complaint comes in for something, for, let's say we approve an air conditioner or mechanical equipment, whatever it may be, and 2 or 3 years goes by and something has happened, whatever the case may be, what access does our code enforcement have in order to go onto the property and check to make sure that whatever was permitted is actually there versus what is on file?
It would start with consent. So we'd have to essentially, based on the complaint, go to the location and attempt to contact the homeowner and ask for permission to enter onto the property to conduct an inspection. And if we're unable to reach somebody or unable to gain consent, we could try to reach the homeowner via sending a letter. Otherwise, we would have to go the route of getting an administrative inspection warrant, which goes through the court, which is a somewhat complex process because it's not like a criminal search warrant. And the homeowner could still refuse access based on showing up with an administrative inspection warrant, which at that point we would return back to the judge and explain all the steps that we take and try to get essentially like a search warrant. But it's challenging because even if there is a violation, it's typically a municipal code violation, which would be a misdemeanor. And there's very few circumstances where you can get search warrants for misdemeanors. So we would have to convince the judge because it's the type of crime that we're investigating. So it's largely based on compliance initially in order to conduct inspections.
What if the neighbor allows access to their property for something that is on somebody else's property?
It depends on where we would be standing because we have to be in a position where we're legally able to be and legally able to see on the other property. Like for example, if we're in one person's backyard, but they have an 8-foot fence, we couldn't prop a ladder up on that fence and then be looking over into the other side. We'd have to be in an area where we're legally able to be and what we can view from that area in order to present it to a court. So that presents challenges as well. Same standard that for search warrants. And I've been involved in many of those over the years where that rule comes into effect, where you have to be in a position where you're legally allowed to be and what you can view from that position.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Brandy, so like if we allow, what happens if we allow somebody to install unit A, whatever mechanical equipment that may be, and 2-3 years goes by or 6 months goes by and they replace unit A with unit B? How do we have on file that the second unit that's new, it complies? What if there's a code enforcement action and say, oh, well, they have a permit to have this unit?
Yeah, so we would end up needing to document, because we're going to have that requirement in the code here to require that manufacturer rating. We would have that documented in our system, and we would have the information on what the actual product is, because it would be, we at least would have the manufacturer and the unit type. That being said, if somebody went and changed that out and didn't get the permit to install that new equipment, because they are going to have to connect that to electric, to the electricity. We wouldn't necessarily know that until somebody would let us, if they had done it illegally, unless somebody let us know, a neighbor let us know. At that point, it would be, similar to what the chief just said, would be, asking them to, provide documentation that it is that, that unit. And then the bigger issue would be that not emitting a sound at a level greater than 55 decibels. That's going to go through that process that the chief was talking about in order to get that reading.
Okay. Do we have a certified decibel level? No, right? Mr. Wazansky?
Yeah, I think that's the real challenge here. If we are going to ultimately rely on the decibel side of this ordinance for enforcement, it's going to present a challenge to code enforcement. It's going to be difficult to gain entry, receive the ability to monitor it at the appropriate distance with the appropriate visibility. And the other factor here is it's going to have to be at the time when the unit is operating, right? To your point, if the air conditioning unit at some point has the manufacturing rating that's below 55, but let's say a fan breaks or something's occurring that's jacked up the decibels emitting from the unit because of disrepair, we're going to have to fall back to that other standard. So it isn't going to be easy. I don't want the council, if we adopt this, to think that all of a sudden we're going to have a fleet of folks with decibel meter readings and we're going to be able to manage this to the T. I think we're going to start with the manufacturer rating as hopefully ensuring to a large extent that we are creating a hospitable environment for all parties involved. But there are going to be circumstances where I think we are going to have neighbor-to-neighbor issues associated with the use of HVAC in the setback. It's just going to occur.
Right.
I think we all have to understand that going in here.
Are any of these decibel rating levels independently verified? So if the manufacturer says, oh, we're only at 40, and then all of a sudden now it's actually 50 or 55?
I'm sure they have a testing process to provide that original manufacturer rating. I don't know if we know exactly what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that process
We certainly can look into that, though, if you're curious.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, you guys, I want to tread very lightly because once we open this Pandora's box of allowing items on the side setbacks, then we're allowing a whole new cadre of potential issues. And unless we have actual enforceable ordinance, and personally, I think we need to include or having work before we approve this, work at the same time, some sort of a noise ordinance that is enforceable, that's measurable to go along with it, because otherwise we're going to be starting to allow a whole host of other unforeseen issues. We're really careful of this, and this is a long-term issue. So we should think about the fact that it's a long-term issue, and transitioning of neighbors 24/7, 24/7 issues with an air conditioner going on all the time at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. These are real issues that are going to affect people's quality of lives. So first one up is Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Thanks. I think that my hand was still up from the last time, so.
Oh, you know what?
Whoever was up should go first.
Hold on. View speakers. Christian Horvath. Councilman Horvath.
Yeah, Brandy, so I think Councilmember Narenheim was referring to the email from Mr. McGill. I'm not sure, but in his email, he talks about Title IV, Chapter 24 of the Muni Code for noise regulation. And, his reading of it, in his opinion, is that it actually covers a lot of what we would hope, aside from the stuff that your department would cover in terms of permitting and whatnot, right? And actually looking at what people install, that it should cover the vast majority of any potential noise issues. Now, to the comments just made, right, the concern is, and to what the chief and city manager also said, right, enforcement can be problematic, right? But I think what I found in my years here is that code enforcement in general is problematic. We're always kind of up against, an issue anytime code enforcement is called in, and that's why we have a 30-day notice. And then we have a 60-day notice, and then we have another 15, we have a process to try to get people to comply. And it's then only after, 75 days or so that we take it to a next level. And we hope we never have to, right? And we also exist in a complaint-based code enforcement situation. So I don't necessarily while I do get code enforcement issues, they are far from being the majority of complaints I get at any given time. And I think I've seen staff, both quality of life, prosecution team, code enforcement, PD now recently, because they're in charge of it, being very proactive and doing the best they can. I think, Mike, to the comment you made about, not being able to, the fact that we don't have somebody on staff that can actually measure noise. I mean, at some point here, we're just going to have to accept that, like, we probably should, should have somebody trained, because the simple fact of the matter is, going back to the last conversation, we're a dense city. There's a lot of people that live close to each other, and there, to Brandy's point, there are a lot of, this is why this item has come up. There's a lot of people who are wanting to be able to do things or upgrades to their homes to be able to live in more comfort, even though they are so closely packed in, especially like saying a tall and skinny or 3 on lot, whatever. So I'm not saying that we have to. That'll be a budget decision that a future council could or could not make. But, I think maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea for us to at least have somebody that could do it on that CE side if we ever needed to. I think Mr. McGill also brought up that, we should have the inclusion of all equipment, including heat pumps, water systems, and electrical equipment. Brandy, the electrical equipment he was referring to, and I just thinking, future proofing, right? People are putting more and more battery backup systems in their house. They're trying to become a little bit more energy efficient. Is there anything that precludes in the language in the subsections that you guys carved out, separating plumbing and stuff in drafting the versions of this? Is there anything that would really prevent somebody from putting like battery backup on the side of their house?
No, I don't think that there would be. Let me look at for the side. Well, actually, what you have for the side setback. So, looking at the regulations there before you, rear setback, it's just saying mechanical equipment and plumbing equipment may project. Because remember, those setbacks are so much larger between the homes and the rear setback to the next house. Versus the side setback, you can see it limits, plumbing equipment except water softeners. And then for mechanical, all it's mentioning is air conditioners may project up to 1/2 of the required. So it's not saying that any other mechanical equipment could be in that side setback, just the air conditioners would. So as far as that, any mechanical equipment like a battery storage, would not be inside setback as this is written here. It would be allowed in that rear setback or the setback. And the setback between buildings is just so that we're clear, is technically the setback. If there's 2 or 3 on a lot, it's the setback that's required between the units.
Right. So I would recommend that we add that in just so that future council doesn't have to come back and consider that aspect. And then in the noise in section 3, we also don't talk about taking mitigation measures. So I'm still fine with using the 55 decibels, and I'll just, it's anecdotal, but yesterday, 4th of July, standing next to an like a 70s or 80s, like old school air conditioning unit with the fan while my friend was barbecuing, and that old school one was loud, but I was standing right next to it. But then I sat 5 feet away from it while I ate, and it was totally different. Like the noise was not the same as like literally standing over the fan. So I believe if we keep the 55 decibels as we have it, and there are manufacturer ratings saying as such, I think that even just moving a few feet away is going to mitigate that. But I think, to the concern, and I think there should be some ability from your staff when you guys are permitting things, that you should have the ability, and I think we might have touched on this, the administrative discretion, but and I don't know if it needs to be in number 3, is to direct people to create not just screening to cover it, but potential, noise mitigation efforts as a part of that screening. That's just food for thought. And I don't know if anybody else here has thoughts on that. So those would be my only comments.
If I could, Councilman, too, just a point to make for everybody's sake is I think this comes back to the issue that we always have when we talk about updates to our muni code. It's not so much that the ordinance itself, or the language in the ordinance doesn't give us the ability to enforce. I think we have a pretty robust noise ordinance now on the books. We have a clear standard here in 55 decibels. I think the challenge is going to come down to what your point here is, do we have the resources and the ability and the stick-to-itiveness it takes with code enforcement? That's really, to me, the challenge that we always face. Is we're good at that first point of entry. We make initial contact. We even do some follow-up, but particularly with noise, as the chief mentioned, this is a very robust and deliberative process that's going to be a challenge. And if we're going to do it and we want to do it well, it very well may require us to invest in that kind of technology and or that training so we can be effective. So that's the point I'm making. I just want you all to understand that we're going to set a new standard if we do adopt this. We're going to have some follow-up enforcement programmatic work to do, I think, to be effective in actually managing to this standard.
And if I may, that was similar to my comments. It's not so much the ordinance. If you look at 4-24.201, it's the investigation protocol. The city has not followed that in at least 25 years. And there used to be 108 officers, and there used to be and remember, you keep using code enforcement. I understand it's now part of the police department, but the noise control officer is the chief of police. And so when this was written, code enforcement was within planning. So this was always the police department, and the city had other priorities because you're going to have police officers responding and taking a lot of time for calls of loud parties on a Friday or Saturday night when there might be different priorities. So it's not so much an ordinance, because I don't know how you can craft an ordinance if the city isn't going to follow its own investigation protocol. It really is about resources, and you'll have more of the debate that you had pro and con on leaf blowers that you had tonight. If you start having every neighborhood dispute resolved on strict enforcement of the noise ordinance, you can expect more of that. And so whatever you do, it's not so much the ordinance, it's the resources to enforce our ordinance. And when I've worked here 28 years, and when I first started, they had a certified machine and they had a certified operator, all within the police department. And then eventually that lapsed for whatever reason, and it hasn't come back in the last 25 years. So you've got the tools. Whether the council wants to prioritize following the law as is written is more the question. So just food for thought and history.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Horvath, are you done?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Councilman Lowenstein.
Thank you. Couple of questions. One is, I agree with Christian. I don't know if that's a route I want to go, but it seems like over and over again, we have issues with noise in this town. The AES power plant, for example, that thing goes off.
Yep.
We have a noise ordinance. We can't even enforce it because we don't even know. But I can tell you it's much louder than most things.
Absolutely. And the chief and I were just talking, loud exhaust has been an issue.
I was
and
just
a
going to say, loud
complaint that
exhaust has
many
come
of
up
you have
over and
passed
over.
along. And we've addressed that.
Chief could come up.
Yeah.
Because I'm really worried about tasking the police with this. But, I'd love to hear your opinion.
Sure, and the loud exhaust is an excellent example.
Yeah.
Because loud exhaust is a huge issue in this town, especially in the summer months. So we've taken a different approach to how we've addressed it over the course of the past 4 months, starting with an educational campaign with the signboards, and it seems to have increased compliance, but we've really stepped up the enforcement. And we had a lot of people writing in saying, enforce it from the amount of decibels and all that stuff. But the problem with that is there's criteria that is required in order to have a citation for decibel reading that can be processed through the court. You have to account for ambient noise. It has to be run at a certain level under certain conditions by a certified operator with certified equipment. We don't have that capability at the Redondo Beach Police Department right now. For a random vehicle that an officer pulls over by the side of the street, we couldn't say, okay, we now want to take your car to this controlled facility where we can set the amount of ambient noise, monitor the decibel rating, the person can just say, no, that's not how it works. So we've written several hundred citations over the past several months for allowed exhaust, but we're doing it all for modified exhaust, which is a fix-it ticket. And that gives us the ability to conduct enforcement, but it's not for the exact decibel rating being over a certain level.
Yeah.
And this is a similar situation in my mind where we wouldn't be able to account for ambient noise in a neighborhood, dogs barking, a lawnmower a block away, airplanes overhead, helicopter flying by, a car going down the street, all things that could affect it, which would present challenges for us to actually do enforcement action. It's a misdemeanor. We'd have to consult the city prosecutor and city attorney to see if that was even an option for enforcement. But based on the standards that we have to comply with for vehicle noise, which we haven't been able to take enforceable action for just the decibel readings, we've done it from a educational standpoint. We've put sound monitors around the pier so that we can monitor decibel ratings at different times of the day to see what the noise ratings actually were and kind of confirm that, yes, there is an issue at certain times during certain times of the year with vehicles racing up and down Torrance Boulevard, and it's allowed us to kind of focus our efforts. But from an enforcement standpoint, it's a completely different challenge. It's not just as simple as somebody having a certified decibel rating monitor and standing next to a vehicle or a piece of equipment, getting a rating and saying, that's it, we're taking enforcement action. It's unfortunately, it's just not that easy.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are all great points. Brandy, what are our setback limits for ADUs in the backyard to the lot line? It's 4 feet, right?
It's 4 feet,
Okay. What is it for the side setbacks generally?
4 feet.
Okay. So here's my concern. If we say it has to go in the backyard, we have a lot of ADUs now. We're gonna have a lot of ADUs. Is it gonna be any better if people put this machinery in their backyard versus say the side? I know fewer people have ADUs than say, I mean, what is the normal setback without an ADU?
So, and keep in mind, the ADU is an accessory building.
Right.
So it may be located within the required rear yard. So it's not changing what the required rear yard is for the dwelling.
Right.
So it could be within that, but it still would need, if you're going to allow it in there, it might go in, you may want to, address how far it can be from a rear property line. Yeah.
Well, my only point is, I'm not sure it's gonna help. I had the only complaint I've had of an air conditioning unit was from somebody who said, my neighbor next door on their balcony has an air conditioning unit. It's not on the back balcony. So I don't know. I understand most side yards are closer, but it's not always the case. And so I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know if we want to be out there saying it's 55 decibels. To me, I thought about that a bit. And what about stuff? That's already on the side? Is it grandfathered in?
No, it's not allowed right now.
If it has a permit for it. Because it would have had to require the electrical permit for that.
We don't allow that.
But we never allow, do we never allow it ever?
No, not for.
What about water softeners and stuff like that, or?
No, the only thing that was allowed was a water heater.
Okay, wow.
Because that's currently under the architectural feature.
But to be clear, that is not a water, instant water heater thing. Tankless, right?
It just says water heater. It does not
So I know one of
limit.
the concerns, for example, the seekers, they're tormented by that, right? So is that going to be grandfathered in? That's my concern. If it's already there, is it going to be grandfathered in?
That's when they said we got corrected though, right?
I don't recall, but I know other people probably have that issue. And I just don't know how we enforce this. That's the problem with the decibels, but I don't know if putting it in the backyard is any better. Plus, I think there are some physical limitations for some people to not be able to put it either in their front or backyard. I know every instance is different, but some people, the only place they can put it is on the side.
Over the roof.
A lot of people can't do it on the roof. Some people have sloped roofs. You can't put an air conditioning unit on a sloped roof. Condenser.
Can you put an air conditioning unit on the sloped roof?
I'm sure they could be anything can be engineered.
you know?
And what we've encountered when, as this has come up over the last couple of years, what we've encountered are a lot of people, we do point out that would be allowed. They do have to have certain screening that needs to be done with that. And I think that a lot of people saw that as either cost prohibitive or it would be
Yeah, it could be
impacting their roof, yeah.
I don't want to get to the point where I want to do both. I want to be able to protect people from this excessive noise, but I don't want to prevent somebody being able to put air conditioning in their house because it's miserable. Some people need it for medical reasons. Yeah. And so when we start doing that, then we say, you can't do it because of our ordinance. We're going to get complaints from people saying, I need this in my house, especially folks that live further inland, but I know if it's getting hot along the coast as well too. So I don't know what the right answer is here. I'm not going to tell you that the right answer is decibels or the right answer is the backyard. I don't know. This is a really tough call for me. So.
Well, and I think to your point, Councilman, that's why we do like the manufacturer rating as a starting point, right? That's at least a place to begin. That's demonstrable, that's objective, that's a standard that we can look at very cleanly. But that doesn't protect against the future and the change in the condition that can occur over time. So we need some other secondary option here if we want this to be effective, if we want to allow this use in the side setback. And I think to Councilman Horvath's point, do we want to consider buffering as an option as well? Because if you can find a way to safely buffer the noise and protect the neighbor, right? You think of the seeker situation right now where they've got a mechanical vent that's problematic and the noise is emanating from that. Well, if there's a way to modify that mechanical vent in a way that mitigates some of that concern, should we not allow or provide a tool in the code for our community development department to perhaps enforce that and make changes that would improve the situation? So
like a screen or something
yeah,
like that?
I mean, it's not a visual screen necessarily in this case, it's an audible screen, right? It's some sort of buffering mechanism, whatever that might be. Each circumstance is going to require something different, I would imagine. But perhaps and in some instances it may not be possible, right? I mean, if their unit is so loud and the acoustics in the location are problematic, but I think having some opportunity to mitigate does seem to make some sense, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as we move forward on this, we just have, are you done? Sorry. We have to be mindful that this is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, this impact. It can happen for hours at a time. And like you talked about, sirens and loud noises, even though it might be a few seconds or a few minutes, people are very sensitive to that. And a lot of people have older homes and or can't afford air conditioning or just don't want air conditioning because they enjoy the cool outdoor breeze. And I think for me, this comes down to being very careful to allowing something that's new and moving forward with something that we do allow and maybe enhance what we actually do allow, for instance, on the roof and backyards, because anything, like you said, anything can be engineered on the roof and we can add noise dampening. And even if they change something to a larger unit, there's noise dampening involved. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I will just point out, right, I get what you're saying. And the one thing I've always appreciated about this process is that even like the leaf blower thing, any council can come, you can enact an ordinance and you can see how it goes, right? And it may need tweaking down the line. You may recognize that it is a complete problem and that you need to remove a decibel. I think the idea is that, you try something, you see if it works, if it creates and I think really what the key is here is creating enough flexibility for the CDD department to ascertain what works for any individual house. Because, a house in the Golden Hills may be different than a house down on the avenues, right? Or in Laura's neighborhood where there's, wider, side yards and stuff like that. So I would rather give them,
So are you saying the 55 decibels?
I would say, I say we just keep it in. We add in language about noise mitigation and the electrical stuff, and then we just see what happens. And then, if after a year or two, like we did with the dogs in parks or whatever, it needs to be reevaluated or tweaked, it's basically another hearing or discussion and, you know, a couple ordinance readings if you need to make those changes. This is not set in stone per se, but it does, I think, create an environment for people to be able to determine what they want to do on their own properties, or what they need to do for their own comfort, to the point you made.
Okay.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the sentiment that Councilmember Horvath just said, which is that, look, we're going to have to probably tweak this if we see that the application results in something untoward. But I want to ask the chief, what if we use uncertified, because I just did an Amazon search for like decibel meters, you can find some for like $20. Now, if that's uncertified, I'm sure. If the police were to use that to help in code enforcement and deduce whether somebody's setback infringing item is violating our code, could you use it? Granted, I know that a good defense lawyer would come in at court if they wanted to fight this and it got to that level and get the case dismissed because it's not certified, just like a bad DUI test. But could that be used at least as a starting point to send a letter that code enforcement usually sends as a first step to say, hey, you're in violation or you're believed to be in violation of this code section. Therefore, please, mitigate this noise.
I mean, we could definitely use it, but the question would be, is it enforceable? So it could be used as encouragement. It could be used as part of the new dispute resolution services to have neighbors work together to resolve issues. I mean, it's useful data. It's just, is it going to be enforceable if there's non-compliance and the desire is prosecution? That's where it may or may not assist with, the ultimate goal of eliminating the problem.
Okay, so frankly, I'd favor, just as far as dealing with noise complaints now, I guess informally using that to help deduce if somebody's in the right about a noise complaint and the like relative to house disputes and nuisance complaints about that. And we get a BRR about what it would be to get a certified machine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, if you do pass this with the sort of changes you're describing, we're happy to commit to coming back and talking to you about, what steps we could take. This goes to your question originally, to create a program that gives us a few more tools to be effective in enforcement and following our own investigative protocols. And if it takes resources, it may be something we have to resurrect as part of a future budget discussion. But as long as you all understand that we may have trouble, after this is passed, immediately enforcing to that particular standard at its full prosecution extent, and you give us some flexibility there, we'll do our best until we get to that tipping point, and then we'll come back with what may be required for us to get better in that regard and actually take things through full prosecution.
So are people let's say they had their air conditioning unit in the backyard that's 70 decibels?
They wouldn't be.
Grandfathered?
Actually, I don't think so, because I think it would have to be a permitted structure. And
If there was, there might be some in the rear setbacks or setbacks between buildings because of what the prior director's interpretation was, but there shouldn't be any in the side setback for as long as this code has been in place. They wouldn't be grandfathered in because they are not legal.
They have received a permit, they would be.
If they had.
Yeah, if they received it in that, it would only be in that rear setback or setback between buildings, and that was under a different interpretation.
Got it.
Part of the issue too may be the expectations for the enforcement, because I could see, air conditioning's running at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then us getting a number of complaints. And we need you to come out here and monitor this at 4 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday. I mean, we get that a lot with.
No, I'm sure.
We get that a lot with leaf blowers. Every Wednesday at 1:15 p.m., there's a leaf blower on this street. And I respond to everybody and I say, we'll do our best to have somebody out there on Wednesday at 1:15 p.m. And a lot of times we're able to get somebody out there. But if all of a sudden the ordinance comes in, and one thing that I found with the decibels is there's a misconception with what actually 55 decibels is. And I think that in a situation like this, based on my experience from studying it and with, firearms and everything like that, somebody could hear 40 decibels and be like, that is definitely over 55 decibels. I'm certain of it. And it's going to generate all these complaints. We're not going to be able to respond to all of this. We don't even have the equipment right now. So if the ordinance were to go into effect in 30 days, I don't know when we would be able to respond to it. We'll give it our best shot. But it's going to be difficult, and we're not going to be able to meet the expectations of the residents that are calling. And if we did get out there, it may not be 55, and then we're gonna say with our decibel rating, it's showing 45 decibels or 35 decibels. And it's gonna create issues there as well. So, obviously, we'll do what we can. We'll try to get people certified. We'll try to get the equipment as possible. But like Councilmember Narenheim is saying, that this is something that's 24 hours a day. And it could be very, very challenging for us to meet the expectations of trying to get these readings and follow up. And it could cause a lot of concern amongst the residents.
Yeah, and that's the point that I think we just need to emphasize, that there's going to have to be patience here. But this would apply to anything that's trying to be permitted here on a go-forward basis. It's going to take time for this to proliferate and become an issue on the side setback, right? I mean, people are going to have to come to the counter, they're going to have to get installed. So it isn't going to be an immediate crisis in that sense, but it is something that's going to demand some resource and patience because, to the chief's point, 2 a.m., we're not going to be able to create necessarily that perfect static enforcement data capturing event that's mimicking what somebody's hearing when they're trying to sleep at night or whatever might be occurring. It's a really challenging situation. And these older units, I've got one in my own house, these older units can be pretty loud.
Even the newer ones, I have a 2018 built house. The air conditioning unit is loud when you're on the roof, and they've actually encased it behind a wall so that you don't hear it as much, and they mitigated relative to other designs, a significant amount of the noise. But when you're on the roof, you're like, oh, let me turn off the AC for my phone because you don't.
And that's what, 10 feet away?
I mean, it's bordering the roof deck, but it's on the outside of the wall. So they're loud. AC units are loud units.
Yeah. Just be careful if someone's house is next door to that and they don't have air conditioning, right?
That may very well be the case. There's a B unit. I mean, I didn't install that. That was manufactured like that. So
I'm not saying you personally. I'm thinking if we start allowing this type of mechanical equipment in side yards, right?
Yeah. Is that? I mean, but I would imagine that AC unit is above 55. But to the chief's point of decibels. To the chief's point, I don't really know what that is.
55 decibels at 2 p.m. is a lot different than 55 decibels at
noon.
2 a.m.
Right, and that's a great point. 55 decibels at
different
is way different. You hear everything at night.
I notice that from my house because during the daytime, I hear engine noise on Pacific Coast Highway. At night, I can hear the waves breaking.
Right.
And it's, yeah.
Or the
And
Sea Life Festival.
And I live a couple miles from the ocean. And it's kind of interesting, but I mean, that's a good example because at 2 p.m., there's a lot more ambient noise out there. So 55 decibels is a lot different than when somebody's trying to sleep. It's the middle of the night, the roads are quieter and everything else.
And there is a clear distinction here between these units, the larger, older units and the whisper units as they describe them, when you're being sold. There's clearly a delta between those two. So the smaller units, the more efficient units, carry fewer decibels. They do. And I think the standard you're trying to ultimately implement here would, I think, differentiate and put us in a better starting position. But it's that longer term reality as the mechanical units break down. It's 10 years from now, that unit isn't operating the same way it is as the day you buy it.
If I may, just to clarify, the reason we put, just so you know, the decibel level being measured immediately adjacent to the location of the equipment placement is that's actually where they measure that manufacturer rating is right next to the equipment. So when you get to, if that's half the distance of the side yard and you're 2.5 feet away, I mean, it's not going to necessarily reduce all the way down to a completely ambient, but it is going to reduce as you move further away. So at a property line, it should definitely read at less than the 55 decibels.
Right, like at my party yesterday, right? If I measured right where I was standing, it was loud, right? But then when I sat down 5 feet away, it was no different than any of the other ambient noise going on. Like I didn't notice it anymore.
Right. And I know that we added this just as a reminder, we added this, specifically in here. It was a recommendation both of the city attorney, but also just the discussion of something very clear that it wasn't, it's this, and it's an R1 or it's an R1A or, whatever the zone was. Instead, it's like, this is just it. This is what it would be for the equipment. And truly that measuring it at the equipment location will ensure that at a further distance at the property line, it's going to be less.
The minimum is one half the required side yard setback, which is 4 feet, then half of it would be 2 feet, right? That's the minimum is 4 feet.
Or 30
correct?
inches.
Or 30 inches. Wouldn't it be
whichever's-
24? Because maybe I'm mistaking that.
No, so I'm measuring it like, so I was saying 2.5 feet if it's a 5-yard setback. So a lot of side yard setbacks are 5 feet, so half of that would be 2.5 feet.
Oh, so they're not
30
all
inches.
4. Some of them are 5.
No, R1As can be as small as 3 feet.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
Councilmember, you still have the floor.
Yeah. Could we change this to say the decibel level is measured within 10 feet or some significant distance that would allow it to be measured from a neighbor's residence? Because imagine for the police to enter, or code enforcement to enter this, they're going to need a warrant actually if the property owner declines. And we should permit it to be measured from an adjacent location, since that's really where the impact is anyway.
I mean, you could, but I think then you're going to want to reduce what that decibel level is.
I'd
that you're
rather not
measuring.
play.
Right.
I'd rather not play that. Let's just change the distance where it can be measured from to the adjacent level and leave it at 55.
Point of order though on that, right? I think for her department's perspective, it's gotta measure 55 at the unit, right? To ensure that it is what the manufacturer is saying it is. But to your point, you're talking about the code enforcement perspective.
Yeah.
So just you would have to delineate between the two. It's gonna be tough. I get it, but yeah, it's gonna be tough.
I mean, remember, even council members.
I mean, somebody could say, "You've never been to my property. There's no way you measured my unit," right?
Yeah.
And that would be their first argument against your finding.
You could, if they measured at the neighbor's, at the property line from the neighbors, and it measures at 55 decibels, it's going to be more than that at the unit itself. I mean, that would be, I think, the only place where you could actually use that enforcement from the neighbor property line.
So, city attorney just showed up, so let's hear his perspective.
Your current code section allows the officers to measure it from the neighbor's property. And it has different decibel levels depending on the zone, the receiving zone. And it even talks about exterior noise versus interior noise, and that the windows are to be placed in the seasonally appropriate position. So if it's in the summer, it will be measured from inside the complaining person's home or apartment with the windows open. So they always have that standard. So I think, and in many cases, they're lower than 55 decibels. And I think this section is mostly helpful, not so much for enforcement. The issues that we've gone over, you have an ordinance that you can enforce if they have
resources and tools.
A lot more resources.
Yeah.
But this is designed so that Ms. Forbes' shop can decide whether or not to issue the permit. And they're doing it not on a subjective, but on what the standard is placed in. It doesn't mean they can't, without a permit, put a wrong equipment in there, but then that is a whole other level of enforcement. If it's noise, it's the police. If it's other code enforcement, it would be handled by them. So, but you currently, your ordinance currently allows that for that purpose, so that they don't need to get a warrant for this type of enforcement.
Cool. That alleviates my request, my concerns. So thank you. Should we hear from the public?
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
I mean, listen, I would be in favor of some sort of administrative fine for this, not a misdemeanor fine.
That's a whole nother administrative review ordinance that we tossed out a long time ago. So we decided not to develop that ordinance and that whole infrastructure
Right.
to enforce our codes.
I mean, and
it's still going to take code enforcement to go out and cite them. The same exact thing is going to be required. All you're changing is a penalty.
So, just so you know, residential land use category, time interval 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. is 40. Oh, that's allowable, excuse me. Interior. Noise limits. Low density, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., 45 decibels. Residential R1, R2, 50 decibels from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's during the day. Medium density and is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., 50 decibels, and R3, R4, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is 55 decibels. So what we're proposing here is well above what's going on in these other residential categories here. So we might want to think about the maximum possibly including this chart here, because like the chief was saying, 50 decibels at night is a lot worse than 50 decibels during the day.
So if I may respond to that.
Yeah.
Is that when we initially proposed 55, I was looking at the decibels ratings for air conditioning units on windows, and they're about, even the affordable ones are like 52, 53, less than 55, that's okay. Most people could get something that was less than 55. I don't want to reduce it to something far lower or any lower, because I don't think it's going to make it as widely available to our North Redondo residents who might need it a little more than, I'm not saying it's hotter in significantly hotter in North Redondo, but on the hot days, which we have not had this year very much at all, it's probably a few degrees hotter than it is in South Redondo where you're closer to the ocean. So, and probably get more of the, what's it called? The fog that rolls in, the overcast. Yeah, the marine layer. You guys get the marine layer. We don't get the marine layer as much. So I'd rather leave it at 55, and I'd make a motion to pass.
You can still make a motion.
We can't make a motion yet. Oh, you can't make a motion yet. All right, so I make a motion
still
to
make a
close.
motion. Oh, you gotta
Well,
close
then we
it.
got to hear the public before we close the hearing.
Okay, I'll just say real quick, regardless of marine layer and time of day, some people have their air conditioners on at 2 a.m. because they want it cold. So keep that in mind. And I just don't think we should be passing an ordinance just to see what happens. I'd be really careful about that, especially when we've found all these issues moving forward. So with that said, real quick.
Yes, real quick. You could email qualityoflife@redondo.org and complain about that under the existing noise ordinance.
Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, public comment.
I have cards.
Cards, we'll do cards first, then we'll do non-card people.
Want me to just let you
yeah.
know, or I can?
Cards first. Card people first, then non-card people.
You should learn how to throw them. Card carrying.
Oh, here, give me these back. Maybe paper airplanes. Paper airplanes delivery. Good string line. All right, Elaine Seeker and then Douglas Seeker.
Good evening. We purchased our Redondo Beach home in 1993, 29 years ago. In 2000, the house next door to us was torn down and new construction went up, which included an air conditioner placed in the side setback. Soon after, the quiet enjoyment we once had quickly dissipated, and the pronounced AC noise was quite disruptive, especially during the evening hours. We ended up having to shut our windows, and we were not able to comfortably sleep in the master bedroom that was being hit the hardest with this intrusively obnoxious noise. When our adult daughter came to visit, the bedroom she would use became unbearable to sleep in as well. Seeking relief from the irritating noise of this air conditioner turned out to be a 10-year ordeal. We contacted code enforcement, South Bay Center for Dispute Resolution, the Redondo Beach Police Department, the mayor, city manager, assistant city manager, the city prosecutor, and several real estate attorneys with no success in helping solve our dilemma. It was after this 10-year mark that we eventually had the good fortune of coming in contact with a desk clerk in the planning department. In 2010, this clerk handed us a memo that addressed this very issue. William Meeker, chief of planning, had released this memo back in 1998 to the planning staff stating that, quote, it would be reasonable and acceptable for air conditioning compressed units to be located within the required rear setback or in the required space between buildings where noise and aesthetic impacts are not as severe. The memo states in its interpretation, quote, air conditioner compressed units may be permitted to project into the required rear setback and setbacks between buildings, but may not project into the required side and front setbacks, close quote. It was only after we presented this very memo from William Meeker, Chief of Planning, that code enforcement finally pursued the situation and ordered that the neighbor's air conditioning unit be moved from the side setback and be relocated into their rear setback where it should have been installed in the first place. Our family both endured and suffered with 10 long years of disruptive and abusive noise coming from an air conditioner unit that should never have been installed in the side setback, as well as being subjected to unnecessary and misleading bureaucratic runaround. Should air conditioning units now be allowed to be placed in the side setback, our family and countless others will be subject to the ongoing noise that will continue all night long, forcing us to keep windows shut, not being able to enjoy fresh air, a disruption of sleep, more stress and mental anguish, and the loss of the peace and quiet that is rightful to everyone to have. The side setback is not the right place for plumbing and mechanical equipment that makes noise, especially air conditioners and the like. If people need air conditioners and other noise-making equipment, they have multiple options other than placing them in the side setback. I hope my story will shed some light onto this serious matter, preventing others from having to undergo it and suffer through this type of torment and agony.
Give these to you. Sure.
Ms. Seeker, I feel your pain. I understand what you're saying. Douglas Seeker. Motion to receive and file, please.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Right.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Go ahead and go.
Good evening, council. The consideration of this council to approve the installation of any or all air conditioners and certain plumbing equipment into residential side setbacks will, if done, prove to be more problematic than is realized right now. Consider that our housing stock in Redondo Beach will become denser as the state legislates zoning laws changes, resulting in multifamily buildings and single-family home areas. This will result in more crowding, more noise, less open space, thus causing more stress and anxiety between neighbors. The need to protect and foster an atmosphere of peace and harmony is not accomplished by allowing more noise-producing equipment in our side setbacks when there are other viable options available to do so. Consider a house whose bedroom is 5 feet from the property line and the adjacent house puts in an AC unit in the side setback extending out 24 inches. There is now only 8 feet 6 inches between the AC unit and the neighbor's bedroom. There is no way the person in this nearby bedroom is going to be able to peacefully sleep with a 55 decibel AC unit going on throughout the night. It is neither fair nor moral to take away the right of one person to peaceful and healthful sleep by another who either by design or by wealth lives a life surrounded by noise producing creature comforts. Consider now 2 people conversing in the side setback all evening at 40 decibels. A neighbor could call police with a disturbing of the peace complaint. Police might suggest to these people moving to another location or that they whisper to each other with an admonition. If the officer is called out again, they may receive a citation. Now imagine an AC unit at 55 decibels running all evening. But in this case, the offended neighbor has no recourse whatsoever from relief from this louder noise because this level of noise has been codified as legal. In light of this example, allowing the installation of any noise-producing mechanical or plumbing equipment into the side setback could conceivably interrupt the peaceful quiet of the night, would both be counterproductive and irresponsible. In conclusion, If the city council allows the installation of any noise-producing mechanical or plumbing equipment into the residential setback, it will be an abdication of their responsibility to protect the premise that residents have a right to the peaceful and quiet use of their home. Redondo Beach residents deserve a more thoughtful consideration to the principles of fairness and equality. There is a right answer here, and the right answer is not to make a quick decision, to buy the equipment you need first, train the people so the chief has his tools to effectively enforce. We don't need that decision concerning medical people who need medical air conditioning. Put it in the window right now. Keep that side setback open, please. I have
Mr. Speaker, motion received and file. Oh, second. Sorry.
documentation.
Councilman Horwath, a motion on that and second on Obaji. All in favor?
Aye.
How do you feel about the idea of just quote to see what happens, unquote, after going through this for 10 years and staff and understanding enforcement
You heard
and
my
liability?
wife. We went through every department in the city and several real estate attorneys who wanted big bucks to start a civil litigation that wouldn't guarantee anything. Have the equipment in place first, because once these installments start happening, they're not going to be taken out.
Right. That's a
Get
good
the
point.
enforcement first. Get the tools the chief needs first. Get that in place first. Spend the money first. See what you're getting into first. Say, now we can do it. Let's go out and now. Someone comes in, has a complaint about it. The chief has the tools, has the certified personnel trained. That can be presented in criminal proceedings. In proceedings to say, yes, it's certified personnel trained. Little Mickey Mouse devices that aren't certified, go pound sand.
Yeah.
A damn good defense attorney will say, get out of here. And you spend $5,000 or $10,000.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point. You know, we're doing that with cannabis. We're getting our tools in place, making sure the ability, we're good.
Thank you for your time,
Thank you,
Council.
you're welcome. Getting tools in place, moving forward, and properly funding before we move forward with something that could be potentially a massive issue. We didn't do that with leaf blowers. We've seen what happens now. Introduce yourself, sir.
Yes, my name is Wayne Craig, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. One thing you have to realize is that having a decibel range without a specified distance is useless. I'll tell you why. If I got my saxophone out here, I could play a note at 70 decibels. I'm within 10 feet or 15 feet of Mr. Lowenstein. I can strike that same instrument, stand in the back of the room. I'm still at 50, 60 decibels, but guess what? What's the distance? That's how physics works. We cannot have this ordinance in place without a specified distance. That's really important to know. Secondly, and I know this from real estate, manufacturer standards are not tested consistently. So to Randy's point, while it may say it's 55 decibels, it's based on where they were testing and what room they had. So there's not a lot of consistency there. There's a wide variance. I've had units installed where it was rated one level and it was almost double this, not say double, but a third louder. So you have to take that into account too. And then finally, noise levels for window units usually are rated from the inside, not from the outside. So, at any rate, I just think you have to have a specified distance. If you don't, you're not going to be able to enforce it. And it's going to make it that much more difficult for anyone in the police to actually come out and enforce that rule.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that wants to speak in person, or do we have any e-comments?
No Zoom or e-comments, so that includes the,
Okay. Hold on. One more, sir.
okay.
Hi, my name's Robert McGill. You all got my letter. There was a lot of good discussion tonight. I heard a lot of good things. Mitigation was one good thing I heard. The problem with that is if you're trying to measure at the unit, not immediately adjacent to the unit, not at a distance from the unit. Two contradictory terms that are in the proposed section. How can you be adjacent to the unit and not be at a distance from it? It doesn't make sense to me. The right place to measure the sound is at the property level, like Title IV, Chapter 24 specifies. You don't need to get a warrant. The sound levels are actually lower at certain times of the day and in certain residential areas, and I think it's much easier to enforce. I feel really bad for these people that took 10 years to get the Meeker memorandum. It took me one day, when I said I couldn't have my permit and I asked why not, they sent me the Meeker memorandum, which for 24 years has allowed air conditioners in the rear setback without any extra limitation on sound, depending only on the current code, which I think is the way you really want to go. I think the 23 pages in Title 4, Chapter 24 covers sound ordinance a lot better than a few words in this proposed code. I think, you know, it just doesn't make sense to do it there. Another thing that the chief pointed out, what somebody swears is 55 dB is only 40. It works the other way too. What someone swears is 55 dB could actually be 65. 55 decibels is not very loud. Right now, we're up in the 60s with this in here. I'm sure we're up in 60, 65. 55 is normal speech. By the way, 40 dB is pretty much a whisper. So, and one thing that was said, I think you guys should do is, don't pass this now if you don't understand it completely. I've been waiting 22 months. I started this whole process when I went for my permit, tried to get around it, contacted Mr. Horvath, and waited for the planning commission to review it. And 6 months later, finally got to the city council, and now we're here tonight, 22 months ago. I don't mind waiting a few more months to do it right. 55 dB is low. You cannot get a whole house air conditioner that's only 55 dB.
I was going to ask you, Mr. McGill, if you're in the business of air conditioning installation, correct?
No, I'm an engineer.
Okay, you're an engineer, okay. I was going to ask you exactly that question. How many units are there out there that are 55 or lower? Very few is what you're telling me.
Mostly the small one-room units and like some window units, new window units. Older units, are a lot louder. And, you know, in my Brandy Forbes letter that was included as an attachment that I sent to all of you, there's a map that shows 20 houses in North Redondo with a 40 block, 20 by 40 block area that have side setback air conditioners. Probably not permitted. And they've been there for years because they're not making noise and they're not causing a problem. So just a couple of things to consider. Thank you.
Could I comment real quickly? I know I'm out of order.
Go for it.
I looked up levels of noise in decibels. 30 decibels is whisper, 40 decibels is a quiet library, 50 is moderate rainfall, and 60 is normal conversation or dishwashers. So it's somewhere between dishwashers and moderate rainfall is what 55 is pretty low. But the question is whether, like you said, most people are doing full home. That's not going to be 55. It's going to be higher, like you said. So there might be some that are super quiet. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think we need to be careful with this. I think that what I'm hearing is from the public is we need to have tools in place and at least a process in place that is really that we can move forward on, because just listening right now, I had a maximum of 69 decibels, average was 57 decibels. Just imagine that at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 24 hours, 7 days a week. So it's consistent noise. That's the thing you got to be consistent about, right? It's having it hum all the time. So I'd be in favor of not approving this tonight, but to move forward with a further investigation on our noise ordinance and seen what it takes to train our city code enforcement and police and noise measuring machines, devices, I should say, and being really careful with this, because I don't want to open up the floodgates and have what we just had with leaf blowers, and everyone now really angry with us on some things. So we just had it with the housing element. So this is not something that we need to push and force through. Councilmember Obaji.
Question, Director Forbes, is there anything in this ordinance, this new ordinance, that the planning department needs in order to, resolve ambiguities in the ordinances or anything like that, leaving aside the AC and the setback issue?
I mean, there definitely, we had the clarification from the appeal that happened last year. It'd be better to have it all go through at the same time, just because we have a limited number of reviews that Coastal Commission will do of our ordinance changes. And if we start separating it out, that's more, I think you only get like 4 a year. So, but nothing that's so urgent, but it's just, just recognizing a lot of people have been waiting and want to see where, they'd be allowed to locate their air conditioners.
How many requests do you get to put ACs in the side yard where the owner really has no other option?
I don't know that I can say that it's because they have no other option, but that's what we've seen a lot of them propose. We've also seen a lot proposed in that rear yard setback and the setback between buildings.
Okay. I mean, we don't have residents here demanding that we pass this now. It could be a function of the weather. It's been a very cool summer so far, so I'm not diehard either way here. I think it's a decent ordinance that gives our residents a little more options if the heat does hit. But, I see the concern, so.
What did you have earlier? We talked about an administrative review ordinance?
You get no action on it. It's just going to go, and the city attorney will shut it down. And so you're not going to get progress on it.
What if we have, listen, we direct staff, including the city attorney, to go down certain paths regarding an administrative ordinance, at least ability for us to investigate it further and have a further conversation. Now, we haven't had a full discussion at council level, correct?
That's true. So I think that's a referral to staff for a different, a different item to discuss that. To agendize that for discussion, they can all hear from the city attorney.
So just to be clear, I'm not shutting anything down, but I don't think it will accomplish what you want at all. And I don't think you're going to, and hear from the city manager.
Can you define that?
An administrative review ordinance, because that would be then, instead of criminal prosecution, which is a more robust enforcement, it would go to an administrative hearing. You don't currently have the staff to have a successful administrative hearing. It's really easy, as I mentioned before, for me to bring before you the Manhattan Beach Administrative Review Ordinance, the Hermosa Beach Administrative Review Ordinance, but I'm not certain what the purpose is. If the purpose is we want to do more enforcement but we don't want it to be criminal prosecution, then that is an appropriate goal. So my part in it is just warning you that the proposed action may not meet your goal. But if the goal is, hey, we'll do a lot more of it, but if you have administrative review to handle the hearing, so if you'd still have the problem of nobody in the police department, insufficient resources to take action, so nothing would be either criminal or administrative review unless you solve that. And the second step, which Manhattan and Hermosa use more, they have it, is to have it go not through criminal prosecution, but go through administrative review. They have a hearing before a hearing officer, and then they have an appeal either to the city council, or we have to take collection action, or we file a lien. So it's just, you have to solve the bigger problem before you get to.
The bigger problem being?
Investigative resources.
No, yes. So you have to solve the bigger problem. But I'll bring, if there's direction, I'll bring it, first meeting in August, and I'll bring you the two ordinances and you can discuss it.
If I could, let me add to
But
that.
it will impact him more than it will impact me.
We've looked into this. We actually, Councilman Obaji, myself, Mike, Chief Hoffman, we've talked about this pretty extensively. The challenge is it doesn't address the immediate problem, which is the staff that are needed to actually conduct the initial investigation and enforcement action. And what we ultimately determine is our resources and time are better spent expanding and supervising that function than they are to create a new administrative bureaucratic process that would ensue following that work, right? So that's why we're now proactively investigating blight issues on Artesia Boulevard. That's why the chief's staff have now written 200 citations for leaf blower complaints in the last couple of months, whereas over the preceding 12, we probably had 20 cites issued. So we are now spending time and energy enforcing our Muni Code, in some cases, much to the chagrin of the recipients of that enforcement action. We've heard from some of those folks tonight. But we are having success there because we're dedicating time and energy to supervising the investigative function. And that's, I think, the same case is here. We're going to be better off. If you want to go slow with this, we're all for that. We're not in any rush. The only pressing matter here is, and ultimately you all brought this issue forward, right? This concern about whether or not we wanted to allow air conditioning units in the side setback because we had some residents requesting that opportunity, right? You can be as deliberative with this as you'd like. If you want to continue this hearing and have us come back with a more robust discussion on enforcement action and what would ultimately be required for us to be successful in that regard on a decibel level basis, we're happy to do that. We're not pushing this. We don't need you to rush this. You can be methodical about it. We want to make sure we've answered all the questions that are out there and come to a reasonable conclusion because it is a sensitive issue. The seekers, great example. It's tough. Their noise is a challenging issue and it's different from property to property and neighbor to neighbor. It always will be. So going slow here is not a bad idea at all.
And I will add that I believe the council gave prior direction when you gave direction to, budgetary direction to increase the scope of code enforcement, to have staff return with a modification of your anti-nuisance, anti-blight ordinance as additional enforcement was now that enforcement was happening, if they ran into issues where, well, we can't enforce it because this isn't in the code, or we would really like this section, you've already made that referral to staff. But the administrative side is, once we have a site ready to go, how is it handled? Handled by going to my office for criminal prosecution and then to the courts? Or is it handled by going to an administrative appeal and then either to the council or directly to court? That's a separate issue. But if you have zero enforcement, it doesn't matter where it theoretically goes to, was the only point that I was making. But if we get that direction, I will happily bring it back at the first meeting in August.
And when we talk about administrative appeal, that includes like administrative fine, $100 a day.
Yeah, the challenge is it also creates the appeal and the due process requirement for us to hear the matter administratively, right? We can cite now, we do cite now. It has fines, there's penalty provision in our code, but the process for it to be enforced rolls through the courts. This would create a new layer, a layer through city management and or a assigned hearing officer to then evaluate the appeal. That's all that the administrative site process would entail. It's just another layer of review.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Make a motion to close the public.
Actually, hold on, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, I was going to say the same.
Okay.
All right. Well, I was also going to add, along the lines of the walk, what I realized, because I was pushing for an administrative review ordinance, Beverly Hills has it, have it, Manhattan Beach has it, and what prevailed upon me is that regardless, if somebody's violating the code out there, the first step the city's going to take is send them a letter that says you're violating the code. And as between a administrative review ordinance or the current criminal procedure that we have, it's still going to say you're violating the code. And now the question is, this is how you could be punished. The problem is we were not issuing that letter and issuing that letter again promptly as possible and again, and then taking the criminal action, meaning the city attorney had told me I've had 0 cases brought to me basically the entire time I've been city attorney. So that's what needs to occur. And if then criminal prosecution doesn't work, then we can look at an administrative review ordinance. But people are pretty scared of going to jail or facing a $1,000 fine.
And that's our commitment. After we've, really piloted this, and the quality of life unit has been established for a good year, we'll come back to you with a report on our efficacy. And if ultimately an administrative review is also needed to help expedite action, and we think it's, something we can efficiently install, then we can talk about it. But really right now, as we've said multiple times, and we just talked about with the budget, our resources are very thin in code enforcement. You added another officer, you stood up the sergeant position. So we now have, I think, the appropriate dedicated oversight. And I think we will continue to be effective. And kudos to Joe and his team. We have been very effective in writing cites. Again, much to the chagrin of many of the folks who have been on the receiving end. So things are changing.
Cool. So I have a quick question for the chief. So if we were to say this gets approved, whatever date, and somebody installs something and they reinstall something and it goes from 55 and it goes to 80 decibels. And code enforcement, quality of life comes in, says, does a notice, says, hey, blah, 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 and we've verified that this is no longer the same unit and it's a loud unit. And now the neighbor that owns the unit starts running it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the other neighbor has now gone from bad to even worse. What's the remedy in that situation?
Well, we would
just go through the process.
We'd demand, send a notice demanding
how long? This could be months. And is there any ramifications for someone even violating even worse?
Well, there's time in between each notification, and then at the end of each notification, to be forwarded to the city prosecutor's office for appropriate follow-up.
So if they were doing every day is a new misdemeanor. So they could go from, 6 months maximum to running it for 30 straight months and having 30 straight days and having 180 months maximum. Now, they won't ever get that, but it will increase if they're convicted, it'll increase the sentence that the court's going to come down with.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to mention real quick is we've had a lot of success with a lot of the quality of life issues, but with something like this, we still only have 2 code enforcement personnel. And, we have 2 part-time. We're trying to expand that. And obviously I will put a plan in place to conduct reasonable enforcement on any policy that's created. However, we still have the same number of personnel, and it will affect how we prioritize everything. We do have a sergeant there right now. We've been very, very effective on how we're prioritizing and conducting enforcement, but there would be a reduction in some things so we could pay attention to others. So I just want to make sure that that expectation is established.
Yeah. And that will be part of our conversation when we bring it back. It'll be ultimately, how would we direct our time? I mean, many of you have mentioned this. Noise is one of the more prevalent issues that you all receive on the quality of life side. It may be at some point we move away from some of the more recent complaints and say dogs in parks or or even blight. It may be that we redirect towards noise for a little while. I mean, we have that flexibility, but ultimately we're going to need to make sure we have the appropriate resources to enforce properly, right? That's always going to be our goal.
We don't have that right now.
Yeah. Right.
In fact, we're going to have to look into it. I'm not even sure exactly who offers the training, where the training's offered, our ability to even get people to the training, our ability to continue conducting enforcement while our personnel are attending the training, how to get the devices, fund the devices, all that stuff. I mean, we'd have to come back to you with all that information. I couldn't even give you a time frame at this point.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the last thing I'll say is I want to move down some sort of path to allow this, but I want to be really careful on this. And just because as we've just in this conversation now, it's opened up Pandora's boxes of questions. So Is there a motion to,
Motion to close the public hearing.
correct, Councilmember Horvath has,
We already did that.
no.
You made a motion, I seconded it.
withdrew it, I think.
We have to vote on it.
Yeah, Councilmember Horvath, do you have a?
I can make a comment after, because we can discuss
Yeah.
before we. so.
Yeah, no more input, though. Okay,
Who was the second? I didn't hear the,
Lowenstein's a second.
okay, thank you.
Second.
all right, all in favor of, if we close the
Yeah,
public
that was going to be
hearing,
my comment.
actually-
It depends on what you want to do. If you want to have a more substantive discussion about significant modifications to the ordinance, then you might as well close it, and we'll renotice the
Okay.
hearing and talk about it. If you want us to just simply come back with a repeat of this with some additional information associated with enforcement functionality, then you may want to continue to a date certain.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you've got more substantive
Let me
questions.
withdraw that motion and substitute
I
instead.
think you already voted on it, but you can
got
vote
it.
to reopen the public.
Okay, or just continue, can we here just bring this item
You
back?
you have to reopen the public hearing, but you can do that and.
Either
They
or.
vote?
I don't know if
So we haven't
voted.
voted yet?
Vote.
No,
I don't
we have
We
not
didn't
voted yet.
vote.
I thought y'all
I
said
did
aye.
not ask for a
People have
vote
been
yet.
yelling ayes all day.
I couldn't hear you. That was 55
You
decibels.
made a motion.
So the motion on the floor is to close the public hearing.
Okay, withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
And a motion to
Is there
continue.
a second?
Second approves it.
I'll
right?
second it to
Thank
withdraw.
you.
it.
Okay,
right.
perfect. There's
And,
no motion on the floor.
Motion to continue the public hearing, I'd say 6 months down the line.
Okay.
If you're going to continue the public hearing, it needs to be to a date certain. So we'd have to just find
So
it.
can we give
Hold on.
direction during, this is weird.
Check if that's okay with this, the other setback issue that she's trying to get before coastal.
Yeah, so can,
What time period do you want it back, Director Forbes?
It depends on what
Well-
research you want to have us bring for that conversation.
Can we have a
For the noise component.
can we have a separate discussion on the noise component and conclude as part of the motion? Are we allowed to do that?
You can, but at that point, what I would suggest is you just close the hearing and then we'll just renotice it at a date where we can come back with the proper information. That's why I was saying it depends on how quickly you want to move this forward.
I think we're on board with, yeah.
Because we could always bring, if we had to, I mean, like I said, I really try to not piecemeal for the coastal commission, but worst case, if we needed to bring back the other section, it was becoming more urgent, then we could do that as separate.
Did you get a second on that?
No, so
Okay.
let's just close the motion to close the public hearing.
So I second that.
No, that's a new motion.
Yeah.
So that's the current motion on the floor, close the public hearing. All right, let's do a roll call vote just to make sure we're all clear that someone's voting in a public hearing. City Clerk, Madam?
You take the roll call.
Or you want me to do it? I'll-
You do it.
Councilmember
last time.
Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And I'm aye as well. So that passes unanimously. All right, so I'll make a motion to, could we do it? Yeah, come back with an update to the maximum permissible sound levels, or review of the maximum sound levels, permissible sound levels for different times.
Just a review of.
4-24.301.
Review of our current noise ordinance in
Yep.
effect.
Right.
Okay.
And and come back with options for the administrative appeal process? Do you want to go?
No. Options for being able to enforce our noise laws.
Okay, options for enforce our noise laws, including the tools that you
Equipment
guys.
needed, et cetera.
Resources that would be required to properly enforce a decibel standard.
Exactly, that's it.
And that's it. What date? What date works for you guys?
We need at least, I think, 2 months on the resource question. So
September?
why not, maybe we'll come back first meeting in September.
Okay.
First
meeting
Tuesday in September.
First or second meeting in
Is that
September.
enough time for you?
We'll do first or second.
You need
That's
3
probably-
months,
it's
Joe?
probably
Or just
good.
say September. Give us flexibility.
September.
Yeah, just give us flexibility,
Okay.
September. Yes.
We're already in the first meeting.
All right.
Okay.
Second.
Second, perfect. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. All right, perfect. Making some sausage. Delicious.
Well, we started the pot and then we turned it off.
There you go.
September. They're not sure yet.
Bismarck?
All right.
September.
Mayoral
all right.
announcements? No mayoral, our city manager announcements.
Yeah.
Just a couple of ones that, want to thank the chief and his team, all of our first responders, police and fire. We really, for all intents and purposes, had a very effective July 3rd, July 4th holiday weekend, the fun run in the village on Sunday, and then the two fireworks displays. Definitely crowded, difficult getting people out of the waterfront anytime you have a show. That's always been the case as long as I've been watching shows in our community. But I think, no major incidents, no major traffic issues, and really a very fun, safe, and secure holiday weekend by all accounts. So a big thank you to Joe in particular, who was making all the rounds. I think, what'd you say, 14 block parties he hit on the motor. So
On motor?
Yeah, just a nice weekend. But it is an all-hands effort for our police officers, as you all know, and it can be a taxing one. And as was mentioned earlier, we did have some pretty hairy incidents occur earlier in the weekend that were challenging for our folks. Another good news item, want to announce, and super happy to have her on board, Lorena Solis, our new chief building official, started last week. We have received over the last few months an inordinate, surprising number of complaints about our permit application speed, requests for information, reports and the like. We are aware of those complaints. Our staff are intimately aware of them, and Lorena is really coming in with a customer service focus. She has a lot of experience in other municipalities working different counter operations. She brings, I think, fresh energy, fresh ideas, and some good benchmark approach to dealing with permit speed and response. So
Yeah, and I'll just say, Brandy, I think some of these newer tools will help save you time, because automated tools, automated follow-ups, things of that nature, that's what people are looking for, and they're very impressed with that kind of stuff, even though we don't do anything, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting. And then one of the first meetings with Brandy and Lorena was with Luke, and already talking about online modules and tools, and she has experience with that in some of our other communities that she's worked. So we're pleased to have Lorena, and I think hopefully our building community from a customer standpoint will also be pleased after we've completed her implementation and really started to move things through. And then lastly, I think most of you are aware of this, we did receive from the America's Planning Association, the Los Angeles section, we received an award for our Artesia area corridor plan. It's under the category of economic planning and development. So not sure if we'll receive a national award for that, but we did receive the sectional award, and I assume we'll be pushed on to state nationals. We'll let you know, but the planning community has taken notice of our ACAP, and we did receive recognition for that work. So next step is to bring the ACAP parking analysis back and some of our immediate I think preferential uses, and I think that discussion is either going to be next Tuesday or on the 19th, depending on how full your calendar is with prospective commission applicants.
Go Redondo.
all I
So
got.
what does that look like, Madam City Clerk, for commissioner applications and people who have verified they want to come down and interview? We are on the 12th next week, and do we have,
We have about 19 or 18 applications, and we'll see how many, we're getting RSVPs right now.
Okay.
So.
So you guys.
This is one of the years where there's less applications. There's always 1 year that's less applications.
Yeah.
Also fewer spots open, correct?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And we have some renewals too. So if we have 20 or fewer, we are going to have 2 substantive discussion items on the agenda next week. If for some reason we get an extraordinary number of RSVPs and we get more than that figure, we'll probably limit it to 1. If we have sort of single digit or kind of low, dozen or so, we may even add a 3rd discussion item because there is bandwidth, and we have a lot of outstanding issues. We've been waiting to get you the old Veterans Library community response to the RFP. I mentioned the follow-up on the ACAP work. I know you're all eager to see that implemented. And we also have a couple of other strategic planning items that are waiting in the wings. One of the more notable ones being your discussion about the electronic sign ordinance. So we're looking at it. Hopefully we'll have enough bandwidth. Ideally, we'd have all three of those items for you next week, but we'll see what we get in response.
And the interviews will be first
Yeah.
before discussion items,
Oh, okay.
so that we can get them.
Perfect. All right, thank you guys very much. So we don't have any mayor or council items. Do we have any referrals to staff? Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, just one, if it pleases the rest of the body, based on public comment tonight, I would say that we bring back the rotational discussion for reevaluation.
I'm not going to second that, and I'm not going to second that on the basis that Councilmember MD sent out a really nasty email back on May. Let me pull it up. I just shut off my computer, but now that I have the opportunity to talk about it, all right, it was.
Have a discussion.
We're not having a discussion on it.
I just want to tell you, it was May 7th, 2022, and the first bullet points were District 4 meeting considers Mr. Obagi a carpetbagger. All right, next bullet point, June 18, 2019, before he was on council and 10 months after moving into Redondo, Zane Obagi Jr. spoke at city council meeting and asked the city council to defund a church giving food to homeless people in South Redondo Beach. Next bullet point, District 4 residents consider CM Obagi unethical. Next bullet point, elimination of the Redondo Beach Fire Department, CM Zane Obagi Jr. joined with. Okay, need I go on? This has nothing to do with her being of a certain gender. It has everything to do with her being divisive, vicious, and a bully. I will never vote for her to be mayor pro tem.
All right, thank you, sir. Do you have any referrals to staff?
No, although I will be in trial next week in San Diego, so I will need to appear remotely. What do I need to get to you and by when?
Thursday.
All right, Thursday. Sounds good.
All right.
And we will need then the remaining three of you to be physically present, because I think Councilwoman MD might also be out. I'm not certain of that, but.
Okay.
Was Councilmember MD going to be out next week?
I'm not 100% certain. I don't know, but
Horvath, do you know?
I'll be here.
You'll be here?
Yeah.
Okay.
as long as you three are definitely here,
Trials
we
often
shouldn't
get
have an issue.
continued, so
So,
we'll see.
As long as us three are here. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Perfect. I have no other items. So is there a motion to recess?
To adjourn.
Adjourn. Sorry. Thank you.
So moved.
Long weekend.
Second.
Thank you, sir. All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.